Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? I have a feeling I might have made a slight screw up there in that I think Zedix was playing through the, Zedix audio was playing through the stream throughout most of that intro there. I didn't realize when I went downstairs to make my cup of tea after starting the stream that I had left that my monitors weren't turned on, my speaker monitors weren't turned on. So I couldn't hear it, I couldn't hear Zedix stream playing. Yeah, apparently it was. So I don't know if you guys heard Zid Extreme, but at least you got a little bit of entertainment while we started. Chloe, how you doing? I hope you're good. I'm a little on the warm side again today. It's kind of hot, but I am good. I did a tiny bit yesterday after the finished the stream. I put in the diagonal sides here to see how they looked. I think I like them. I think they work. I also switched the kind of edges of, like, these are supposed to be kind of pathways. So I switched the edges of these to this kind of grilled concrete. And it works, although I do think I need to bring this around here as well. Oh, not that. But yeah, I did that. I've also made a bit of a decision in regards to the actual structure of this place, and it's going to end up being a lot bigger, well, a little bit bigger at least, than I'd originally planned. Most of the additional bits are going to be just decorative, though. Basically, what we're going to do... Hang on, let me get these done first. I need to enchant this pickaxe, really. I might go and do that in a minute, and hopefully we'll get at least some form of efficiency on it. There we go, that's better. The only thing I don't like about these corner bits like this is that they do look like a different colour from certain angles. Because the lighting goes a little bit weird on them. It's because they are frame double slopes. They're on kind of sideways double slopes. And the lighting just goes a little bit weird on them. Doing good, just overstimmed due to the heat, but coping. How am I? Pretty much the same. I'm still waking up at the minute. I've only been awake for about an hour or so, so I'm still not entirely with it. But otherwise, pretty good. Alright, I did add one thing, by the way, this morning. I haven't checked to see whether it's actually worked or not, but I did add the temp pad in. I checked to see if it was there. That's as far as I got. But yeah, we should be able to make this. We just need MV sensor and an MV field generator. Oh, except we do need manganese diboride wire. How do we get manganese diboride? Magnesium and boron. That makes sense. In an MV mix, we should be able to do that. But can we call this... Oh, no, we can't get the temp pad till EV anyway. Oh, come on. The reason we can't get this till EV is because we need EV circuits for the vacuum freezer. God damn it. Yeah, they've added a bunch of additional mods you could add. Hang on, which were the other ones? Hold on, let me go and find out because I can't remember. I would very much like to go to the website, please. Oh, I can't do that while I'm on while I've got the pack loaded, can I? I don't think. Have a look. They have added in compatibility for Create Steam and Rails, Create Deco, Create Estrogen, Computercraft Tweaked, and Advanced Peripherals, Tempad, XNet, Flux Networks, Project Red Transmission, Modular Routers, Compact Machines, and Architect's Palette. I didn't want to add too much, though. I like the idea of the kind of the base level things, but it does just give me a way to get around, although apparently not until EV, which is a little annoying. It kind of does. I'm sure they had their reasoning for it, but I'm not sure what it was. It is a little weird, though, I agree. We don't want XP boost. I mean, we do want XP boost, but it's not going to do us a great deal of good. What we need, though, is... I need unbreaking and efficiency. I wonder if I can do another pickaxe. And then get... efficiency on that one, then combine the two. I mean, that would make sense, I guess. Hey, there we go. Efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3. Perfect. I'm assuming we haven't got apotheosis in this, so I'm not going to be able to get unbreaking 4. So, that works. Hey, Guitar Lilin. How you doing? Alright, so the plan for today is pretty much just going to be base building. Tired? Yeah, I know the feeling. I'm guessing you didn't sleep well. Right, yeah, so the idea for today is basically just going to be base building. I have slightly changed the way I was going to do things. Originally... Hang on, let me just clear all this out. Originally, the plan had been to have, like, this central chunk here would be kind of the control center, if you will. So any kind of terminals, storage, crafting CPUs, anything like that will go in this central chunk. This 8 chunks around it are going to be decorative. And then the idea was going to be off each side we'd have another 6 chunks there, and then like an extra one there, just so we can have like a nicely shaped building overall. But I kind of decided to do away with like these chunks here and just add and basically move this section out slightly. Because I was a little concerned about the fact that we had... like, there wasn't much space around here for actual kind of building and decorative stuff. I was trying to cram everything in. And I figured since we've basically got all the space in the world, we may as well just expand it slightly. It means a little more running around if we want to get to places, but that's kind of part of the reason we got the temp pad. It's almost like a fractal, isn't it? Almost banana. Not the same kind of, like, it's not a fractal. What's the... oh, shit. What's that pattern I was thinking of? Prop-like. I mean, that's... yeah. There is a pattern that is similar to this, though. We could always add to it as well and just have 3x3 areas there, but I don't think I want to do that. But that's kind of the idea. That way I can kind of push this, which was going to be a pathway around here, out like a couple more blocks. I would rather it was kind of 7 blocks wide rather than 5. That way we can add in... that way we can add in a... what am I trying... what am I... the word? Oh, we can add in more... well, basically we can add in more decoration around the edges of it. It just gives us a little bit more room. How you doing anyway, Banana? It is going to be very substantial. Thankfully, this isn't a pack like Ocean Block, where you can build a huge, possibly even fractal base that you use about 25% of. But yeah, that's the idea, is basically that we're going to have this a little bit larger. Been outside for a while. Yeah, it is a little bit warm today, isn't it? I've got the window open. I haven't got a fan on yet. But that may well be... that may well have to be the next step. Because I am a little on the warm side. And I have got a cup of tea as well, which is going to warm me up even more. I had to get up early to get ready to let people in to do stuff. The stuff the landlord wanted done. And Kath cleaned half the night, so you're running on like... ouch. Well, hopefully you managed to get some more rest today. How did everything go with the was it the inspection thing today, or was they just doing stuff for the just doing stuff around the building, basically? So now that I've kind of decided again like how we're gonna do this, I'm gonna have to move things around a little bit and kind of re-plan slightly. And it's nighttime again. It's always nighttime in this game, I swear. Oh crap, I've done this wrong, haven't I? It's in the wrong place. Yeah. Needs to be there. Right, that I think is going to be one corner of the shape at least. And that gives us... Actually, that being said, I think I do actually want the walkway to be a little smaller. And these sections here to be a little bigger. I think rather than having this walkway wider, maybe we just have this area coming out to here instead. This will all make sense, I promise. Now that we're not kind of like bound by the chunks as much in these areas. Because most of this is going to be purely decorative. And that will need to... Actually, we probably want this to come out a little further, don't we? Because this is going to look... This section here just looks considerably wider. Like I was saying yesterday, getting this bit important might seem like a very tedious task, and it is. But it is also very, very necessary. I don't hate that. I think that kind of works. Okay, they install new thingies on the sinks, new shower head, and a cute little white box that will send info on how hot the apartment is to the landlord. Not to you, though. It doesn't tell you how hot the apartment is. Why does the landlord need to know? I guess because if you're having the heating on too much. But then I'm assuming you pay for the heating, though. Do I want this to be any wider? I've got to get this right. I need to get this right with the netherrack before we start putting actual blocks down. At least the netherrack is quick to mine. And then the idea will obviously be that we'll have tunnels coming off north, south, east, and west to the chunks that are going to need them. So basically, this chunk is going to be an entire chunk here is going to be pretty much a tunnel of sorts until it gets to this chunk. And then this chunk, or this chunk, that chunk, that one, and the one just out that way are all going to be functional chunks, I guess. Here's a part of okay. But if they do it, host in a stupid way since you heat the apartment by computer. Wait, when you say by computer, I'm assuming you mean by just having your computers on and the heat they emit. Am I reading that correctly? I'm gonna need to get more things, aren't I? Alright. Let me, you know what, I'm just gonna mark out the area that this base is gonna go in. We're just gonna mark out the entire area that this base is gonna, like the footprint of the functional area for this. I think it's gonna be easier to kind of visualize this. Because I'm actually, one thing I've realized I'm not very good at when I'm planning out builds is working on things based on, like, I plan things out based on the chunks that I'm going to have loaded. But I always forget about the fact that I can build outside of those loaded chunks and have just purely decorative stuff outside of them. That's not going to matter if it's loaded or not. I always forget about that. So I'm gonna mark out where we've got the loaded chunks. At least I'll do it at least on 2 of the sides, and then we can plan out like 1 corner of it, and then we'll go from there. I think, like, content-wise, this part is probably going to be one of the most tedious. For most people, anyway. Windows-powered space heaters. What am I looking at them? Did you manage to get, have you managed to get, oh, Project 2 Architect finished yet? Banana. I didn't get a chance to get back to the stream last night. There. As you can probably tell with the size of this base, I am intending this to be a fairly long-term world. And also, whether this base actually gets finished or not will remain to be seen. Oh, so that is essentially going to be 1 corner of this. These are, everything inside these is going to be kind of like the functional areas. Obviously, we're going to have the chunks leading up to them loaded as well because of applied logistics. Applied logistics needing to go in there. But we are also going to want to have walkways like around the outside of here as well. Like, so we can have everything inside of this as functional, but then have walkways around the edge of it. I don't know, I'm really struggling to see this in my head in a minute. I think so far in your Minecrafting career, you've never finished a base? I'm not sure I have either. But it's like most creative things, like, you never really finish. You just get to a point where you feel like you've done enough for it to be considered acceptable. Okay, maybe if we just leave like an area of like 3 blocks around the edges of these pathways for... I've run out of netherrack. Like along the edges of these pathways for of these kind of sections for pathways, rather. And then that we'll probably have a diagonal across there, and that you'll play long enough for it to be laggy. I nearly have 3 creative items out of maybe 10 or so. I'm sure you'll do the grindy endgame stuff. That's fair. I mean, I don't really blame you, honestly. I mean, that kind of generally the endgame grind impacts tends to be, especially from a content creator's perspective. World, why are you lagging so much going into the nether? Thank you. It tends to be like the worst part certainly as far as content creation goes. Because it's just boring, because 9 times out of 10 you're just waiting for stuff. And that's not fun for anybody. I fell in a hole. Hang on. Have to pick a next pack. Imminently, thousands of identical boss kills, etc. Yeah. To be fair, I did that at the end of Chroma Endless 2. I think the last, like, 2 hours of that pack, 2 to 3 hours was spent initially just killing thousands of mobs. And then after that, breeding thousands of cows. And that was about as fun as it sounds. I just realized that my drill was out of power. Let's play some nice quest pack with creative items, but no idea what's good at the moment. Not really sure what to suggest. See, I always like the idea of creative items as well. I like the fact that you've got something to work towards. Sounds utterly tedious. It was utterly tedious. You're not wrong. Let's go and charge this. Alright. Now we've got a little bit more netherrack to plan. I'm actually starting to feel like this was probably in the right place before. Like this would have been better with less space here. Right, for anyone who wasn't here yesterday, hang on. I'll go through like exactly what this is supposed to be looking like in a moment. Or this is supposed to be in a moment. I'm just going to get rid of all this for now. I'm really hoping I'm picking up this netherrack. I have the magnet turned on, but I don't know whether it's actually doing anything or not. Oh wait, no, that was right. But yeah, basically, this central section is the control center. Around here, it was originally going to be like a little garden of sorts. Like these areas are going to be sunk down slightly into the ground. There'll be a little garden here. But I think we're going to replace that with water. In these sections here, and then we'll have a little garden below, and then all the power gen stuff will go underneath this. And then we'll have a walkway around the side of this, and then kind of from... Because it's going to be quite vertical, this space will be. Believe it or not, despite all of the stuff going out to the sides. There's going to be kind of like a tower through the middle. Everything, like, outside of this... Well, actually, everything inside this central bit is probably going to be fairly open. And then we'll have this kind of walkway around the outside of here. And then off that walkway, there will be tunnels going out to the outer sections on all 4 sides. Hopefully that makes sense. Probably doesn't. I'm not very good at explaining things. Tribble, how you doing? And it's nighttime again. And then obviously this needs to be... I say obviously, it needs to be a diagonal across there. Across there. And I need to sleep. Hey, Omega. How you doing? And yeah, then this will go back to being... Although it's probably going to end up being at the level below this, isn't it? I promise, while this bit is tedious right now, it will be worth it in the long run. There'll be less messing around later on. I agree. It is always nice to see, like, kind of builds coming together. Not everybody sees it that way, though, I don't think. Oh. And as you can tell, I always worry about doing the building stuff on stream for precisely that reason, which is why I always mention it. Okay, that needs to be out one more block, doesn't it? Probably doesn't help that I don't like to plan things out in creative very often either. I just tend to figure it out as I go. Which means considerably more trial and error. Mostly error. Basically, what I'm trying to do is to roughly get that diagonal the same kind of width as the straight sections. I think that works. Iterate until it's great. I don't know if it'll ever be great. At best, we're probably looking at acceptable. I can live with that. Acceptable is, as the name suggests, acceptable. Okay, so what I think we want to do... So basically, the idea is going to be... These are going to be walls up here. There'll probably be glowstone or some kind of lighting underneath here. Probably just the white anti-blocks. And then there'll be glass running through the middle all the way around here. On all of these sides. And then it'll be the same on this side. Although I kind of want to have like almost like a little bit of a garden. So I want this to be somewhat nature-y as well. I want there to be a little bit of kind of plant life in here. Think kind of, you know, the kind of potted plants kind of things you get in offices. In that kind of high-end offices. That's the kind of thing I'm thinking of. By the way, this will not just be a floating platform. I've just realized that this probably looks like I'm just going to have a floating platform here. That will not be the case. It will all be brought down to the ground level in some form. How do we want to do this, though? I don't know. So I'd like something, because we need something in between these. This is probably going to be pathways around the functional areas. Like around there and all around that side. Something like that, and then probably come across. So that should, but doesn't, match up. Oh, right, no, that is right, that's right, yeah, that's right. It needs to be 3 blocks out from there. But yeah, we'll have like that kind of, and that will be mirrored on the other side. And then, obviously, walkways along here, out to the outer areas. We just need something in between here. This can be like kind of, I think I've got an idea for these as well. Are these sections kind of in between here as well? I think I know what I can do for those. It's good, but good enough. Exactly. Yeah, I think this will work. Like, from the way I can see this in my head, I think this is going to work. Right, let's actually start building some of this out. Right, next thing is... I need more stairs. And I need to make sure that certain things are going to work with the connected textures, or with the textures. I'm not sure these ones are going to work overly well. I don't know, it's not terrible. Not great either, but it's not terrible. Okay, right. And I think... I don't know how deep we're going to have to make these. Because we need a little bit of space underneath here for cabling under these pathways. I did leave my old base chunk loaded, didn't I? We are still producing concrete and X-tones tiles and everything, right? I'm pretty sure we did. Ah, crap. Good time zone, Pat. How you doing? Hey, would you look at that? It's night time again. Always bloody night time. Been good. Clean the house yesterday, today. Nice. Do you fancy doing mine now as well, Pat? Mine could do with a good cleaning. But I'm doing alright. As always, overthinking my base designs. It should be worth it. Hopefully. I don't know what we're going to do for the actual pathway in here. Obviously, I think I do. I think I know how we're going to do it. I feel like I've lost so much netherrack under here. Like, not that it really matters too much, but it's good for scaffolding. One house is a job on its own. Yeah, but you've just finished that job. You've got plenty of time now, right? In all seriousness, though, I bet it feels good to actually have it done, though. Like, it always takes me forever to get around to doing stuff like that and actually getting the motivation to do stuff like that. But then when you do get it done, it always feels really, really good. Actually feels like much more of an accomplishment than it kind of... than you feel like it should. Right, my one thing I want to know right now, actually, is... what is grass going to look like over here? And also, how the hell am I going to get grass over here? So I don't think I've got Silk Touch at the moment. I also don't have many levels anymore either. So this will come to the center of here. I don't know how I'm going to do the diagonals with this, though. I don't really want to use framed blocks for everything. And... of course, there is... the way I've done this, there is no center block. I almost feel like I need to move this out by one more block. Around here. Just so that we can get that center block. Hey, Gil. How you doing? And then we have that center block there. Damn it, I removed the wrong ones. That works. And I kind of want to, I've kind of feeling like rather than putting, so the idea was going to be to have a bit down the sides of these. But I almost feel like we want grass down there. Potentially. I don't know. How's the headache? It's a little better today, at the moment at least. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it will stay that way. How are you doing though, girl? Oh, we need to make some stack upgrades for these as well at some point. Well, I do feel like these need to be at the corners on the diagonals here. Good, nice weather and chilling on Minecraft. Good way to spend the day. About something like that. I never made any glax, did I? Oh, a little bit, not much. Let's go make some more. Do I have a stack of green dye? I'm going to go ahead and go with probably not. I would be correct. Probably get more out of those with an extractor, but not really a big deal. We can always easily get more cactus with snad. Okay, so we need. Let's just use the. Let's use these underneath here. I feel like these might still be a little bit too aggressive, though. I don't know if I want these 5 blocks wide. No, I think we just want them 3 blocks wide here. Hey, Fruitcake. How you doing? I'm not sure about this bit here, though. I almost want to sink these down one block into the ground. Rather than having them there, I kind of want to sink them down one block into the ground. Oh, and I've just realized I don't have Silk Touch, do I? We gotta go and get a Silk Touch pick. Shit, hold on. Oh, and I haven't got the levels now either. God damn it. Yeah, we need a Silk Touch pick to be able to actually break those and not lose the Glax. Aha, we do have a Silk Touch book. Nice. Can I get enough levels to potentially get Unbreaking on here, though? Is the question. Looks like yes is the answer. I don't want Fortune. The one time I don't want Fortune. Actually, let's see if we can get a shovel with Silk Touch on it as well. While we're doing this. Because we could do with a Silk Touch shovel as well. Although I think this is going to give us Fortune on the shovel as well, which... we really do not want Fortune on a shovel. Let me clear out some of the inventory a little bit there. Yeah. Oh, it has got Unbreaking 3 on the previous level, though, so... I mean, that's a decent shovel, but I really needed Silk Touch on it. I also really need Silk Touch on the pickaxe. Come on, Silk just no Fortune. Yes, I was gonna say, as long as that one give me kind of didn't give me Fortune, it's fine. Oh wait, no, that's not an anvil. There we go. Efficiency 4 and Breaking 3, Silk Touch. We could really do with mending on these, but we'll worry about that later. We can repair them relatively easily. Yeah, I think we want to have... Actually, I've just realized I don't need the Silk Touch. I could have just come down underneath here and broke these. Although it is going to take a little bit longer. Yeah, we want these basically... I want to have these basically like one block lower just because... Like, while I want the lighting there, I don't want it to be overly obvious. Quiet with the resub. Hi, Quiet. 74 months. Wait, hang on. Have we... Is this the first or second time we've had... Wait, this is like the third time we've had you on the thing this month, isn't it? What the fuck? Quiet. How are you doing? Yeah, we've got you there. You've got there the gifted to Jody. We've got you there. What the fuck? And I'm pretty sure we've had you at least one more time that we didn't put you on here. Oh yeah, YouTube Premium is really, really nice. We're gonna, you know, I'm gonna put you in for next month. So I'm gonna assume that's actually next month, technically. So I'll put you in there. There you go, Carl. We'll put you in for next month, since I'm pretty sure that's what that was for. and we want to make sure you are in. Although, having said that, you probably will get the ability to share it at least 3 more times from Twitch next month anyway. Oh yeah, YouTube Premium is absolutely worth it. I was lucky enough to get YouTube Premium when I changed my phone contract. So I was lucky enough to I had the choice between that and Amazon Prime, and I already had Amazon Prime, so I went with YouTube Premium. And oh my god, is it worth it? Not having to sit through like 5-10 minutes of ads in a 20-minute video is absolutely worthwhile. And the good thing is, unlike with Prime, when you pay for the service, you actually don't get the ads. You don't have to pay more to not have ads. There we go. It's not quite so aggressive with the lighting there. You can still see it, and it still adds something to it. Especially, it will especially add something to it in the dark when it's actually dark. But that works, I think. I think it works. All right, let's do the other corner. But this is kind of the idea, and then we're going to have the same kind of thing on the outside as well. Although I'm thinking I might switch this out for grass. Or something else. And then we can always add in kind of like any kind of shaping to the windows we want later on. When we've got it set up like this. Am I? I'm doing all right, quiet. All right, so we've basically now got to repeat this on all of the other sides. This is going to take a while to build, by the way, chat, so I hope you're not expecting anything quick. Because that definitely ain't going to happen. All right, and then one more for the pillar. These corner bits are probably going to be extended slightly, or at least changed slightly, because we are going to have these diagonals on there. I only got the live version, but yeah, it's no ads is great. Still solidly had to give them money for it, but something you use too frequently. Yeah, like the whole culture of like, I don't even know if you call it a culture, but the whole thing with ads now is just, it's getting over the top. Like I was saying on Discord the other day, like paying for a service like Amazon Prime and then still having to pay for adverts, pay to remove adverts is just ridiculous. That unfortunately just seems to be how things are going these days. I do still think that ads on things like Twitch are the worst, though. Just simply because, because it's a live streaming platform. Like, ads on a live streaming platform are absolutely horrible. Because they... Well, depending on the streamer, obviously, the action doesn't pause when you go to an ad break. So if the streamer doesn't pause the stream or forgets to pause the stream, then you just miss stuff. Do I have Twitch Turbo? I'd kind of well, I can't really afford to get Twitch Turbo as well at this point, but I would refuse to get it anyway, just because of how aggressively they're advertising it now and they're pushing it. I mean, that fact alone puts me off getting it. Now, the fact that you can go into a stream now and it will, like after a few seconds, it will come up with, it will like the screen will slightly darken and it'll come up with a thing over the top of it saying, oh, like if you kind of want to stop seeing ads, like look into Twitch Turbo. It's like anything that like takes you out of what you're watching, because all it's doing is hurting content creators, honestly. And it's making them money, I guess. Not the content creators, Twitch. But all it's doing is making people not want to come into streams because you got to sit through adverts. Nomsy, how you doing? YouTube isn't any better, no. But I'm fortunate enough. YouTube is almost worse, in fact. But I'm fortunate enough to have YouTube Premium, thanks to my phone contract. So I don't have to deal with that quite so much now. But yeah, I agree. It is fucking awful. Do I have any bit on me? I do not. I feel like this is going to look awful for a while, by the way. I'm already starting to be a little concerned about this, especially these outer sections. I'm actually a little concerned about these. I think it'll look better once we get something in here. YouTube's worse than Twitch. Yeah, to be fair, I remember when before I did get YouTube Premium, I was getting so frustrated with the adverts on there. No, the middle, there's pathway. The pathway is basically, this is the middle point. There's no point, like double wide, making something double wide leave means there's not a center block. And that just doesn't work for the way I build. So we will definitely not be doing that.
Oh, I see. Running away, you yellow bastard!
All right, no worries. See you in a little while, quiet. But you've also got to bear in mind that we're obviously not finished with this yet either. There is still work to be done on it, so it may not look right now, but by the time it's done, it hopefully will do. So watching YouTube on your phone due to the fact ads are so bad? Yeah. It used to be like you could be like 5 minutes or a minute into a video and you'll get like 3 minutes of ads. I don't know how much control the content creators have over that either. I'm not in a position with my YouTube channel to actually monetize anything, so I don't know how that side works. But it's like if they have control over it, then it's kind of, I guess it's on the content creators. Is the type of ad you can show, but do they have control over when those ads play and how often they play? They do. So, and a content creator would choose to play an ad like 20 seconds into their video. That seems unlikely. Not saying it's not true, but that seems unlikely. And also, where are you getting the information from? Like, are you a YouTube content creator? So this is speaking from experience or just from kind of what people have told you or what people have said? Oh, I'm well aware pre-rolls and mid-rolls exist, but what I'm saying is, do content creators decide when they get played? Or does Twitch decide, right, you've watched this amount of a video, we are now going to play a mid-roll ad? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not... What people have told you. Are these people you know to be YouTube content creators in a position to know this, or are these just people who have kind of said things? Because somebody who sold me something on the internet does not leave me with a whole lot of, kind of give me a whole lot of confidence in it. See, that's what that was where my thinking was, Al. I figured no YouTube content creator would want people to sit through a ton of ads in their video. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Anyway, how you doing now? But again, are you just speaking from what somebody's... if you're just speaking from what somebody's told you and you've never actually done this yourself, it's kind of hard to know whether that person knows what they're talking about as well. Unless it's somebody you know 100% for certain knows what they're talking about. Like, I would be hard-pressed to trust it. I find it difficult to trust anything that anyone tells me on the internet unless I have proof. If he does editing for content creators, then he doesn't do it himself then, right? He's just editing the videos, and then I'm assuming sending the videos over to them or uploading them for them so they can deal with the rest of it. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that they are not correct in what they're saying. I'm just saying I would take it with a grain of salt. Like, it's hard to know which people know what they're talking about. Because somebody could come in and say that they are the world's leading expert on something, and you wouldn't know. They may be, they may not. You just have no idea with people that you talk to on the internet. So I always feel like you've got to have a little bit of caution with these things. Zedek, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How are we doing? How was the stream, Zedek? I was lurking a little bit at the end. You were fighting the big endermite thingy. Or silverfish. That's the one. How did that go? I didn't get to see the actual fight. But welcome, everybody. How are we doing? Raid thingy. And for guys, if you're not already following Zedek, please go over there. Make sure you hit the follow button. He's awesome. But Wiley, hello. Zedek himself, obviously. Wolfie, Keo. How's everyone doing? Nomsy, again, are you speaking from experience with Twitch? Bearing in mind that I am a Twitch streamer. I kind of have some experience with it myself. And you don't, aside, pre-roll ads, you don't have any control over. Certainly not as an affiliate. Mid-roll ads, you do have control over when they play. Now you have the Drigme harvesting here for Infinite Hearts. GG. I did wonder if that's the route you were going with it. Whether you were going for the Drigme farm. Because I've never made it to the end of Stoneblock, but I have heard people mention that being the best way to farm it. Jody, hello. How are we doing? All right. But welcome, everyone. For those just joining us, I am Chicheva. I am primarily a modded Minecraft player. We are currently in the process of building an excessively oversized base for Monifactory. Largely, we're just trying to kill time in the hopes that we don't get too far ahead before the next update drops. But I'm honestly expecting we will have to deal with that. But this is what we're working on. I'm mostly getting frustrated at the fact that apparently there is a day-night cycle. Kind of cool. What's the mod, Celestial? Your work, hoping for more than one patient today. That's all you had yesterday. Wait, what do you do? Jody, are you a nurse, Jody? Ad Astra? You've only just discovered Ad Astra. Pretty sure we got Ad Astra in this, actually. Oh, we don't? I thought we had Ad Astra in this. For some reason. Lobotomist. You might need to explain exactly what that is to me, as I'm not entirely sure. Oh, a vampire. Okay. Oh, right. I remember you saying in Sheepy's chat, actually, the other day about taking blood. You know, I never actually knew that was the name. That was the actual kind of name for a, well, a phlebotomist, I guess. Am I saying that correctly? Or am I completely butchering that like I do most things? I installed Ad Astra to check it out, and it actually looks cool as fuck. It's alright, but it's kind of like, it goes the same way as most, like space-based mods. And that it's kind of alright, but then it gets kind of samey pretty quickly. How are you doing, by the way, sis? I haven't seen you in a little while. Or at least I haven't seen your name pop up in chat in a little while. That means vein in Latin. Ah. My Latin is a little rusty, in fairness. By a little rusty, I mean I don't really know any. My only concern with this is I feel like these entrances need to be a little wider, but I'm not sure yet. You're off to the phlebotomist tomorrow? Hey, if only Jody was there. At least you know you were in good hands. Bit stiff and sore. Is this through like kickboxing again, Anna, or have you just been fighting crime during the night time now? Also, mod sim shortcut the whole space travel thing and just leave you at the planet. Pretty much, yeah. KSP's trouble. I see. I always really wanted to play KSP. I got it when it was free, I think, on Epic, but I never got around to actually playing it. Oh, I think I've just realized that we actually want these to be. That doesn't need to be there, does it? No. But yeah, that's as far as what we're doing at the moment is concerned. We're basically just trying to figure out the overall base design and try not to do too much before we have it properly figured out. But I think it's looking all right at the minute. Doing a 12-week challenge in the club? Ah, okay. So no, not crime fighting then. I'm a little disappointed. 15 rounds of 1 minute sparring with 45 seconds in between. Oh, so almost like kind of like high intensity interval training kind of thing, but with kickboxing. Cool. I imagine that does give you one hell of a workout. That is the wrong block. If you're scared of needles, they're a flea botomist. Oh, Tribble. I think we do need to have these as... we do need to have some kind of greenery in here. Some kind of like plant life or something in here. I don't know exactly how we're going to do that, though, because it's looking a little grey right now, so we need something in here. It's going to... I'll get it figured out. We'll figure it out. I have to admit, I am already having some reservations about this, how this is going to look. But hopefully that is just the usual things always looking worse before they look better. It's usually the way it goes. You got kicked in the nipple last... Ouch. I hope you kicked them back. Houston kicked in the eye like one of the other guys. Yeah, that wouldn't have been great. If you will play these violent sports, Anna. How has your recovery been going, by the way, Zidek? I don't think I've had a chance to ask you in your stream yet. Alright. And it should be to there, and then... Oh, and now it's raining as well. Lovely. Like being in England. Was that autocorrect playing up again, Anna? Auto carrot. God damn it. Wrong one. No, you got no idea why you typed that. That's concerning. Your brain's just randomly typing stuff now. We are going to need so many materials for this. Thankfully, most of them are passived. By the way, we probably will be getting a fair amount of the structure sorted out before we actually start making any more progress. Studying at the same time, so multitasking not going well. Yeah, I struggle with multitasking. Once we start running out of materials, we'll head back to the old base and we'll make ourselves a stack upgrade. And then make sure we properly stock up. Oh, if I can get a refilling upgrade as well, actually, that would be fantastic. I mean, we have to hold less stacks in our inventory at any given time. Burb, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Dead man. Oh shit, dead man. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I completely missed you. I mean, what? Did somebody say something? Hi, dead man. How you doing? Right, let's go and sleep. It's not forgetting about viewers. You've both got the same coloured name. Like, even though the obviously they look completely different, it's the same colour. So my brain just called. Oh, right, same person. It's really it's Dead Man's fault for having the same colour. It's entirely your fault, Dead Man here. Your message may contain words that could be considered offensive or disrespectful. What did you type? I'm curious what you typed now. Obviously, you can't tell me if it's blocking it for being offensive, but I am very curious. Oh, I ran out of stuff. Okay, let's go back and make a stack upgrade. Hey, on Twitch, everybody looks alike. You're here to offend? You never offend, though, Dead Man. You're clearly failing in your attempts. All right, we're going to make some stack upgrades. We can't do stainless steel yet, can we? I guess technically we could do stainless steel, but we're not going to. Right, so we're going to need 12. If we just make 2 of these for now, it'll give us at least 4 times as much storage. There's what, 12 plates and 16 for... Actually, we should have enough here. 12 for plates, 16 for gears. While that's doing its thing, we're going to grab a whole bunch of concrete. And a whole bunch more concrete. Wait, hang on. Wait, what Guitar Land? Is this in my channel or is this just like on Twitch in general? That you're getting these? Like, is this just in my channel? Or is this like just overall Twitch? Like, this might be something with my... If it's just my channel, it might be something with my moderation settings that I need to fix. It's just a Twitch thing. Okay. See, I've never really had that. Where's my glass? Oh. Wait, now what? What the... Why are you like this? Why? I see, now I've not got any glass, because for some reason this does not want to... Oh, wait, I changed that last time. Well, no wonder we ran out of glass. Anyway, never mind. Whoops. That was a me problem. I've got a glass stack anyway, we're fine. We're fine. Oh, we might need to make some leather as well, actually. I assume we're going to need leather for this. I do have mods, yeah. They're not normally them. Unfortunately, most of my mods tend to kind of either work or not be around during the streams for kind of because of other commitments. I don't have any string. Oh, what the hell? I literally don't have any string. Fuck. I didn't do a Lost Cities one, did I? What did you miss while you were in the kitchen? Dead man complaining about not being a mod again. I don't understand why anybody would want to be a mod on Twitch. Honestly. I've got to get a better source of string. We just need like 8 for now. Once we get hostile neural network sorted out, we'll be fine. But until then... I'm going to go ahead and guess I can't break spawners as well. Oh, I can, but we just get the broken spawners, don't we? Oh. No. That's skeleton. How many have we got? 8. Right, we've got enough. If we can get 1 or 2 more. Ow. Go away, skeleton. Right, that'll do. The rush of being allowed to hit on the numpties. I guess there is that. But usually it's the people who seek out being things like mods are usually the people that don't deserve it. Oh, I only made 1, didn't I? God damn it. Not saying that's the case for Dead Man, but... Hope you never a mod anyway, did it once? So tedious. See, that's the way I see it. Like I feel like I'm an honorary mod in a few channels. But nothing more than that. Is literally just an honorary mod. Who's a Tilly? to be fair, pretty much all Zadikians are Tillies. One of the reasons why we love them. Alright, what else do I need to make before I go over there? We should be alright for the Azure for now. We'll probably do with some more bit. I'm getting rid of that spawner as well. We don't need that. Don't need that. Get rid of those. We can get rid of that for now. I could really do with a better axe, honestly. Let's just make a diamond one for now. Trying to clear my inventory a little bit at the minute. Don't forget my diamond dead man. Nah, I can't afford one of those. Too expensive. Right, what else did I need? More bit. Oh. I'm just gonna hope I have 2 stacks of coal. Oh yeah, we've got plenty. All right, and then we just probably want to make some more of the bright white anti-blocks as well. Fortunately, the white dye is actually a real pain to get. Well, not really, but it's kind of annoying. Oh, wait, because I need 4 stacks of these, don't I? Just need 4 more stacks of stone. I'm going to go ahead and guess that we have not got any stone backed up in here. No, I didn't think so. Let's wait for 2 more stacks of those. Hi, Rafferty. Hope you're currently hungry as a tilly. You're currently hungry as a tilly can be. Enjoy your tea, dead man. All right. I'm absolutely not impatient at all. I need faster furnaces, but unfortunately, I don't think we've got any faster ones until HV. Oh no, there is a netherite furnace. We just haven't got any netherite. And we need 5 obsidian furnaces to make 1 netherite furnace. Yeah, no, maybe not. Plus, we will have the multi-smelter before too much longer. There we go. 4 more stacks of those. Right. Let's go and see if we can actually get this structure, or this central structure at least, figured out. Alright. Can't remember where what I'd actually been doing last time. We need to do the outer side of this, don't we? Oh, right. I was going to look for the, The refilling upgrade. Or restocking upgrade. No, it is the refilling. Oh, actually, that's not that bad. That's not too bad at all. And thankfully, I did get enough extra string to do that, so...
Oh, I see.
That's good.
Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, Zedek. Enjoy the luck. And thank you again for the raid. It's appreciated. Right, I need... iron. I haven't got any iron. Well, I've got plenty of iron, but... none in ingot form. That's better. Alright. 4 of those. 4 of those. 1 of those. And then what do we need? Ender pearl, 2 iron ingots, 2 redstone, and a chesticle. Go, refill upgrade, and then we may as well upgrade it to the advanced one. Ah. I guess we don't need to worry about the magnet upgrade now. We can put that back in there. Right, so if we set this up... So at the minute, we're mostly wanting those. Oh, hold on. How do I change? No, not that. How do I change which hand it goes in? Ah, there we go. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we can actually get rid of those for now, can't we? If we have grey concrete in slot 3. Do that in slot 4. So let's turn that off for now so it doesn't actually do anything that we don't want it to. Put the azure in slot 5. Anti-blocks in slot 6 and glax in slot 7. There we go. All our building blocks, all in one place. Not sorry for speaking Swedish. Norwegian. I mean, if it was anybody else, I would probably complain. But I can live with you two doing it. I know you're not saying... I know you guys aren't saying anything malicious. Well, I know guitar littleness, and I can't guarantee Dead Man wouldn't. Who knows what Dead Man would say. Crap. Place. Whoops. Might stop for us. You have weird aspirations, Dead Man. Your sister was very stoked about Ad Astra? Cool. Pretty sure my sister's never played with Ad Astra before. Or most mods these days. Actually, I'm curious if she... Anna, if you're still here, do you still ever play kind of like... Because you started PO3 ages ago. Did you ever get any further with it? Or did you stop entirely? When you got kind of sidetracked by other things? We said earlier, if we translate into have a nice meal. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have expected anything kind of malicious from you anyway, Guitar Lilin. I find it hard to kind of think of you saying anything negative about anybody. Introducer. I mean, she doesn't have a lot of time. I don't think Anna has a lot of time at the minute. By the way, Celestial, if you weren't aware, Anastasia is my IRL sister. Wait, did I? Wait, why did that go? I lost something there. I'm not sure what it was. Okay, it's refilling the wrong fucking things in the wrong freaking places. Why are you doing this? Oh, no, because I just never put bit in there, did I? Ah, that explains it. That explains it. That was user error, as per usual. Can if you want to, but you seldom want to. You don't strike me as the malicious type, Guitar Lilin. Like I say, like usually the people who don't seem to be overly malicious, like they're not, but when they choose to be, you don't want to be on the receiving end of it. Right, I think what we're going to do is we're going to start off with this entire thing, like, fully enclosed. Even though there will be pathways coming off on, like, to the north, south, east, and west, I think we're going to start with the whole thing fully enclosed and then decide afterwards where things are going to go. Because we've still got to get the whole of the area, like, figure out how we're going to connect all of this to the bottom. I haven't quite got as far as to figuring that bit out yet. I've got some ideas, but no details yet. Something like that. I have a few people that realize they did not want to catch your tantrum. Catch your... That's a phrase I've never heard before. I assume that essentially just means the kind of the not being on the wrong side of you kind of thing. That makes sense. I mean, I got the general meaning of the phrase, so you clearly used it in a way that at least made sense. Actually, you know what? Let's not fill these with... glax for now. Let's have a little bit of light on the situation while we're working. I really need to label my my pickaxes so I know which one's the one that has Silk Touch on it. And the origin of it, at least for dander. Ooh, me dander's up. What on earth's your dander when it's at home? Well, it's an expression that means you're cross. Why? It was a word first seen in writing in America in 1831. Dander stood for dandruff, so when your dander's up, it means you're so angry it brought the dandruff off your scalp. Okay. That makes a lot more sense now. So yeah, you absolutely were using it in the right context then. Alright, so we've got the start of this sorted out. I still feel like there's going to be so much neon in this thing. By the way, I'm still in two minds about whether to use the green in here or whether we just go with the whites. I haven't quite decided yet. Hey, Freefall, how you doing? Like, do we go with the green or do we stick with the white? I know the green glass we're using definitely, but it's more the lighting. Whether we go with the green for like the accent colors, or we could go with a mixture of both, I guess. So I think like around the floors, because there's gonna be a little bit more to this whole thing, which will become apparent soon. But basically, the idea with this section is this is the main kind of control center thing here. Underneath here there's gonna be a garden underneath here, basically. And all the power gen is probably going to be down at the bottom of here as well. Kind of interspersed with the garden, I think. But the idea is going to be that these are probably going to be glass floored with water on top of them, and then you'll be able to look down into the garden at the bottom, but we obviously need to connect all of this from here down to the center of here. I kind of have an idea. But we also want, because underneath this pathway there is going to be the this is where we're going to have our kind of ME cables and everything. They're going to be basically come up through the center of here. All our ME cables and the power, like the power transfer through laser IO is all going to come up through the center of here. And then come off to one of the sides here, and then around the edge of this pathway. And then as we move out to the kind of the outer floors, we'll just kind of branch off that cable and to take it out to where it needs to go. That's the plan. So we need basically like essentially like a little tunnel underneath this. So we need to have at least a few blocks of space underneath here. I don't know whether to do 3 or 5. 5 doesn't leave us with anywhere near as much room underneath there, so I think we're going to go with 3. 3 blocks of space for the like where the cabling's going to go. Although it feels like it needs to be 5 blocks. Like 3 blocks doesn't feel like a lot of space. You know what? I think we might either have to move this up slightly or drain a bunch of water. And I kind of like the idea of draining the water, honestly. But I also prefer that because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, like it's... I think that's going to look a lot better with the walkway going around 5 blocks down. I hate it with a passion, Banana, but it's also, I think, is going to look quite nice. Because if we have a garden down at the bottom of here that's sunk maybe 5 or so blocks into the water, if we have a glass kind of casing around the outside of it, we can basically have it, like, sunk slightly down into the water and just be able to see under the water from within the area of the bottom. The good thing about having this 5 blocks wide as well is we can have... Because we're going to have to run 2 different lots of things under here. Actually, it only needs to come down from here, doesn't it? We're going to need to run 2 different lots of kind of cables under here. The ME cables and also the laser IO cables. Because the laser IO cables are going to be transferring all the power, at least early on. What we'll probably do is we'll have ME cables like straight up against the floor, and then below that we'll do the laser nodes. We got sponges. Sponges. Thankfully, you find sponges in Lost Cities. So we got plenty of sponges, and we can always find more as well. So shouldn't be too bad. Anyway, right. We need... basically build up this. No. Absolutely, we do not have to deal with Elder Guardians. Sure, that's actually one of the reasons I really like this pack, is the fact that the combat is not really a part of it. Like, combat is not my strong suit in this game. So anytime I have a pack that will allow me to avoid it, I am ecstatic about that. What I'm hoping though, like as we're building this, I'm hoping that Getting all this infrastructure in now will mean that we have a lot less of it to do later. It'll take it'll take quite a while to do now, but it will mean that we'll have a lot less to do later. At least in theory. Remember a mod pack where mobs wouldn't attack you unless you attack them first? See, that I could live with. Like having... Because it's kind of like if you've ever played Satisfactory, they have a retaliate mode for the enemies on that, where they will only... They will just leave you be unless you attack them first. That's usually the way I tend to play on that. This is going to be interesting doing this. Days before you discovered Twitch and you played on your Xbox on Peaceful. Nothing wrong with playing on Peaceful. If anyone ever tells you differently, then Sodom. They're wrong. The best way to play this game is always going to be the way that's most enjoyable. For you, specifically. That is always the best way to play. There's also another mod pack named Peace of Mind. That was entirely for peaceful mode gameplay. I mean, we could technically play Monifactory in peaceful as well. It is designed to be played in peaceful. Or it's designed so it can be played in peaceful. There's all the hostile neural networks stuff. Yeah, it definitely did. So did... I think Woot did as well. But I can't remember if Woot you had to kill a bunch of the mobs to begin with. I know hostile neural networks, by default, you have to kill mobs to build up the data models. But it is possible to make it so when you craft the data models, they already start on basic tier, so they can just be used, which is how it works in this. Not so much the most recent ones, Freefall. And also blaze burners. You do kind of need mobs for blaze burners. Although I guess if they've made a way of crafting them without needing to use the blaze. That's true, actually. Yeah, you do only need the spawner. That is true. And I guess with the more recent ones as well, with the I can't remember what they're called, like the factory manager things that you can get, where you'll basically put a mob on a... I can't remember exactly how it works. It's been a while since I actually checked out the 0.6 update. But you can basically turn a mob into kind of like your factory manager. I absolutely love that idea, by the way. How do I make a blaze burner with a spawner? Yeah, you just right-click the spawner with it. Which, obviously, if you're on peaceful, the spawner will still be there, but it just won't spawn any mobs. So, when you right-click on it... I assume that works in peaceful. I've never actually tried it. I don't tend to play most packs in peaceful, but... Oh, you can, yeah. It's more fun. Depending on how you perceive fun, I guess. Alright, so... How are we going to do this? think we want to... we're only going to need a couple of blocks of space there. So if we just do 3 blocks of space there... because I do need a bit of a pillar up the center of this. Which I think we're going to have to do as a 3x3 pillar, technically. Oh yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be able to do any of this if I wasn't able to fly. Well, that's not strictly true. I would be able to do it. I just wouldn't be able to do it very quickly. So that'll be the central column we've got there. Get rid of this for now. So we're going to have the ME cables, laser nodes, and what have you coming up through the center of here. Basically just so we can have it hidden if we need to. I would have liked to have had this smaller, but we can't really do it much smaller. Not really, anyway. Now, the next bit is figuring out how we're going to connect this to this in a reasonable way. Or in a, shall I say, in a way that I'm happy with. And that isn't going to look awful. We are gonna have to drop this down by about 5 blocks. At least. And then we're going to have a maintenance floor underneath it as well. Although the maintenance floor underneath that can probably only be like 3 blocks. So it doesn't need to be quite as big. But yeah, we also need to be able to bring... only on one side, or maybe 2 sides, we need to be able to bring the cabling from this center line out underneath here and into this tunnel underneath here. Hey, Quest. How you doing? It is ridiculously hot outside at the minute, isn't it? At least compared to normal. I'm hating it. I am not somebody who likes the heat. Like, give me winter any day. I would much rather have winter any day than heat. Yes, we have fancy diagonal blocks. We will be using them. Diagonal blocks I'm okay with using. Curves, not so much. Do heat up to 25 Celsius with some wind, but when it's humid and no wind sucks. Yeah, like, and to be for me, like anything above 20 odd degrees Celsius, I hate it. How's everything going? Not too bad, Birdie. How are things with you, man? It is good to see you again. All right, this is going to have to go a little lower here. Right, I think what we're going to do, I think for most places, we're just going to have the white. And I think in places where we've got kind of functional stuff, we'll use the green accents. You live in Scotland, right, Banana? Well, the block that allows a slope to go 2 blocks high. That's something we might need to be using in this, actually. By the way, there will be a little bit more accent in all of this. A little bit more kind of design. I'm just trying to get the basic shape at the minute. And figure out how that's going to work. I really do envy people who can just kind of... like, not even think about their builds. Just kind of like, just build. I think part of the reason I struggle with it is because... I always do different designs. Like, I never follow or very rarely follow the same kind of patterns. I always try and come up with something different. So, I guess if you have a design that, like, a design style that you use consistently, you start to know exactly how that works. Fuck. Using for doorway so it looks more sci-fi. Not a bad idea. Yeah, those chains worked out really nicely. I wish I'd finished that build. Although I guess that pretty much goes for every build I've ever done. I wish I'd actually finished it. We're going to have to find a way of lighting this place. Wait, do we have Simply Lights in this? Oh, we don't have Simply Lights. There is that is an option. Freefall. Oh, also we can probably remove these, can't we? Can we? Yeah, well, we will be able to remove those soon. Once we've got the diagonals in there, but we'll worry about the diagonals afterwards. I wish I picked up a floor plan design that helps you with your base layouts. That's a pretty cool idea, actually. I can definitely see how that would help. I don't think it's something I'd personally use, just mostly because I don't like planning my builds out, like, outside of the game. Because it always feels like doing, No, I like to, when I have lighting, Tribble, I like to have it so it's visible lighting and, like, an obvious that it's lighting. So, like, kind of, I don't like the idea of hidden lighting. Right. So what we're going to do... I think we can get away with just having a single block under here, because, like, once we have the cabling coming out from underneath here, that's it. It's just not going to matter. So we only have to have it going through once. Although I would prefer us to have, like, at least 2 blocks here of space. Just so, because we are going to have the ME cabling on one level and the laser nodes on another. Well, see, that's the thing, Birdie. Like, I don't like doing things twice. Like, if I'm going to do something, I want to do it once. Even if it means kind of repeating it, like, kind of retrying different things over and over. Actually, I do want that there, I think. But, like, I don't like... This is why I don't build in creative very often. Because the idea of doing the same thing twice just bores the crap out of me. So I'd rather do it, like, now and then get it done right. Like, within the game, basically, and not have to do it once, then kind of iterate through it to get it right, and then once it's done, redo it all over again in survival. For me, that's just... It's not going to happen. I kind of wish I could do it that way. Because it would make it it's a lot easier to plan things out in creative. Because obviously you don't have to worry about waiting to break blocks and stuff like that, but... I don't like how deep this is here, though. I would have much preferred it if we could have had it at this level. But then we'd have to have the things side by side rather than on top of each other. And then there's going to be the weird changeover when they get into here. Because basically it's going to be like the ME cables are going to run along here. And then the laser nodes will run along underneath it. And I have in case you guys hadn't guessed by now, I have a thing about things like my laser nodes being straight. And not going on weird angles. Like 45-degree angles I can live with. Anything past a 45-degree angle, I'm not a huge fan of. I think I do have to do this as a 2-deep thing, though. I think I need to. It's going to be kind of annoying, though. Especially since it's only this bit that it's going to be a problem on. But then the bottom of this would be here. And then, obviously, ME cable, laser node. So then we've just got to connect this up to this. With that up to there. In a way that I'm happy with. Oh, also this needs to be dropped down by 1 as well. Okay. I wish I knew how much space I was going to need underneath here. So we could actually start clearing out the water as well. Usually do simple layout, then usually work on flow in game. Yeah, it's like a basic before the building process small plan. That makes sense. That does make sense. Alright, so... Right, there's going to be a floor underneath here, which I guess we can run at this height. That's going to be the glass on that floor. And then we're going to be able to see down into the area below here. I think we're going to do the actual functional bits of this. Hang on, let me... Let's mark out where the functional bits are going to be. Basically, the functional bits are just the bits that are going to be chunk loaded. Which I think is just going to be this center one and then just the cardinal directions. Although that being said, we are going to have to load the rest of this as well, aren't we? Because obviously we're going to have the laser nodes and the ME cabling coming through there. I've just realised we've not got the... Why have we got the waters looking like this? Should it be the unbound ones? Unbound water? Ah, there we go. That's what we want the water looking like. Hey, Rallius, how you doing? Right, so that's basically where the actual functional parts are going to go. Any power gen stuff is going to go down here. At least early game power gen. We've got plenty of space, and then obviously we're going to have like a garden area under here as well, which is why we need it to sink down into the ground a little bit. And I think what we're probably going to do is just bring have like an octagon. Area down here, then this will be the area that we need to kind of clear out water-wise. We just need to figure out how deep we're going to have to go with it. What pack are we working on? At the minute we are playing Monifactory. Well, mostly we're just base building right now, but we are playing Monifactory. I think that's kind of the shape that we want under here. We need it to be within the kind of pretty much within the bounds of this. So we might even bring this in by a block and like lose a little bit of that chunk. But I don't think we need to. But right, the next thing we've got to figure out then is where this is going to go. So if we... I'd kind of like to bring this down as a diagonal. Like that from... here. Have that bring kind of diagonal, coming in diagonally down to there. And then we'll figure out what we're doing on these corners. Later. Crashes in JI when you open your inventory. That may just be the first time. Because it's got EMI in it. When EMI first loads, it basically has to kind of... It essentially bakes a snapshot of JEI. That can take a while. I was putting my own pack together yesterday, and I had the same issue. Once it's done it once, though, it should be fine. Like, I had to do it, or if you add anything new to it, it will have to do the same thing again. But once it's done it once, it should be fine. That's kind of the idea there. Well, that being... I do kind of like the idea. Hold on. Cribble mentioned about the framed blocks that you could do a non-45 degree angle slope with. I'm assuming it's those. Yeah. Those might be good. Try reloading again, Banana. But what I'm thinking is we have the outer ones sloping down like this, and then the inner ones being a 45 degree angle. I don't know. This is obviously going to double the distance down, though. I don't know how I feel about that. No, that's going to take it down too far. I think if I do it like that. You're stuck on 120.1. Should you liking Ender IO? This is 120.1 actually. It does have Ender IO in it. The thing is though, Ender IO in 120.1 was not great. It is available in 121 now. Okay, anyway, that's generally like basically I just wanted to know where this was going to come down to on here. Let me grab some slopes. But yeah, any of the more recent versions of Ender IO though, honestly, are terrible. Like the more recent versions of Ender IO are not great. Certainly not compared to what they were like in 112. So that's generally the general idea for this. And it's nighttime again. Always bloody nighttime. I need to get rid of some stuff out of my inventory now. Right, so we just got to figure out how much space we want between essentially the bottom of these bits and the floor. I'm kind of thinking like 17 blocks. That's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Actually, almost want to do a little bit more than that. Just because I'd like to have like a little bit of this under the water. So what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Basically, the reason I want it's such a long distance between there and the bottom of here is just because I want it to be. I want it to have a. I want it to have a. I want to be able to put trees in here, like custom trees, basically. I've just realized though that we might run into problems with it. This being this far down. With elevators. 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, we're going to run into problems with elevators, aren't we? Because elevators, you can only, if I remember rightly, you can only have like 20 blocks in between them. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. But I'd like the floor to be at this level. I want the floor to be at that level. But we're going to have to get rid of all of this. My head, I guess, Tris. I don't really have anything past that. I don't know, I always feel like my builds are fairly generic. You leave my head where it is, Triz. Although actually, no, in fact, you're actually welcome to my head. My head's awful. I need a new one. We were talking about this in Z Extreme the other day. I need a new head at this point. I will leave the center 3x3 there for now. I will say that this Fluxo magnet is terrible. The Fluxo magnet really is terrible. It is not quick at all. Hey, look at that, it's raining again. Tired of not being able to build? It's... The only thing with building is it takes so goddamn long. Like, it really does take a very long time to build. And to build something decent. Right, we're actually going to be losing a little bit of space in here, I think. Because we are going to want to have the 3 thick walls again. I guess we could actually do the 3... Yeah, we could actually do the 3 thick walls outside of this. That's not going to matter too much. Right, I really probably should make an exchanging gadget for this, but... I should also probably make a building gadget as well, but... Honestly, though, the times when I can't be asked to progress are few and far between, honestly. You're right, I guess I do have a bit of a backup plan. I ran out of concrete? Why have I got so much bit in my inventory as well? Yeesh. Okay, I'm not really liking the refill thing. It's not working quite as well as I'd hoped. My inventory is still getting clogged with junk. Right, we are going to need a ridiculous amount of concrete for this, so... Let's put a whole bunch of concrete in there. I'm tempted to turn shaders off for this, by the way. Just because it'll be easier to see. Because when it starts getting dark like this, especially when we've got stuff above us, it's not good for visibility. Hey, so long as you're not chewing on my cables, Tribble. Oh, you know what we could really do with? I see what I mean? I can't see a frickin' thing now. What I could really do with is a conduit. Oh, and it's not even nighttime? Yeah, hold on. Let's turn the shaders off for a little while. But yeah, if we can get a conduit, that will help with any of the underwater stuff. Oh, wait, can I change that to my offhand for now? Nope, not like that, I can't. There are definitely downsides to bases this size. Mostly in the amount of time it takes to build them. I would be very, very tempted to add Ultimine into here. I don't normally like doing stuff like that. And obviously I would have to disable it for things like ores, but situations like this, where you've got a whole bunch of scaffolding. It takes so long to clear it out again. Well, not, I mean, comparatively speaking. Doesn't help that I don't have anything like air affinity or stable footing or anything like that either. Oh, hang on, it's break time. Let me get this. Wait, are we done with this bit? Ow. Have we... No, we're not done yet. Nearly. Most of this will be hidden, by the way, like, from the outside at least. Actually, that being said, if most of this is going to be hidden, there's actually not much point in me doing this thickened wall, is it? Oh well, we'll worry about that when we get to it. That is not where that goes. And this is why I need air affinity. What that was then? Suddenly there's a name tag thing there. It's just a squid. Air affinity is basically whenever you're flying or off the ground, there's normally a mining speed penalty. So you mine slower when you're flying. If you have an enchantment like Air Affinity or another one that does a similar thing, Stable Footing, basically it removes that mining speed penalty. So you can mine at the same time. Like, basically you would mine while flying as if you were stood on solid ground. So it's like really useful for situations like this. It's basically like Aqua Affinity, just for flying. Right, this is going to need to go down to this level. We'll do that when we get back, though. But we will fill... We'll fill... Basically, I'll fill the wall down to this point. Then fill a floor in. Oh, actually, we're going to have to go down lower than that, aren't we? Because we've got to do the maintenance level. Oh, we'll do the maintenance level afterwards. Anyway, guys, I do need to go and take a short break. I do like to do this every couple of hours, just to stretch my legs, grab myself another drink. If you have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break, but I will only ever run these during the break, so you shouldn't miss anything. And I will see you all in just a moment. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. But I've also just realized we have a floating oil thing over there. All right, where were we? I think I am actually going to make a wand for this. I think we kind of need to, really. Thank you for the welcome back, Tribble. I appreciate it. It's alright, we want this to go down to this level. How many blocks under the water are we? 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, that's actually kind of perfect. I feel like we naturally need this to be glass in the middle of here, don't we? We only need the middle of this bit to go through. If we make all of this glass, because we do want this to be... Oh, crap. Also, I think I am going to see if I can get Aqua Affinity and Air Affinity on my armor. Because I think we're going to need it. Also, I think we are going to need considerably more glass. So let's go and sort that out. After we sleep. Let's get rid of all that for now as well. Okay. So, Air Affinity. Oh, that's actually not too bad in the Enchanter. Get this by using a glass bottle when at cloud level. Can be right-clicked onto the air to create a temporary block that other blocks can be placed on. Oh, okay, so we may not have angel blocks, but we did have the cloud in a bottle. First of all, can we make the Enchanter? Oh, yeah, that should be easy enough. We might need to make some more dark... No, we've got the dark steel. 3 dark steel, 2 diamonds, a book, and a block of void crystal. Can I just put a block of coal into the atomic reconstructor for this? It would appear so. Beautiful. We got that. We got those. We got 2 diamonds. Do I have a book? I do. We have an enchanter. Fantastic. Right, let's put that down with the rest of the enchanting stuff. We are going to need feathers as well, which we don't have. We might need to go on a little bit of a hunt for some chickens. Get some feathers. Assuming there's not another way to make these. Make the book and quill in this. But we need air affinity. What do we need for aqua affinity? It's going to be like a puffer fish, isn't it? Oh, no, just a lily pad. Okay, that's not too bad. So air affinity and aqua affinity we can do. What do we need for a conduit? Ah, shit, we need nautilus shells, don't we? Hmm. Hey, Samedas, how you doing? Do I want to make a conduit? We still also need to get all of the prismarine blocks and stuff as well, wouldn't we? Is it that bad quiet? Oh, we can make it with nether quartz. Okay, that's fine. Good. Enjoying the pack, but trying to stay under HP. Yeah, that's why we've started out. Have you seen the start of the build yet, Samedis? We started the build today. I've gone a little larger than I had originally anticipated, but it is gonna take a while. All right, let me go and find some. Oh, hang on, we went to look for book and quills, weren't we? No, we do need feathers. I'm sorry, sir. I need your feathers. Hey, two, perfect. That's all we needed. Right, I do need to get some ink sacs though, so we do need to find squid. Which, of course, with my luck in finding squid, we will probably not manage to find any. There was a ton of, there was actually some over by the new base. Maybe that's why none are spawning here. Angel ring. We just went straight for the angel ring and didn't bother with the jetpacks. It's actually not that bad to make. Once you get to MV, it's relatively easy to make. And for the build we're working on, it was kind of necessary. I cannot find any squid. Right, there were some back at the base. Speaking of, this is the start of the new base. It's going to be quite chunky. Can't make everything they asked for and clean the whole kitchen at the same time. Have they not got anyone there to help you, Quiet? Ah, squid. But thankfully, we do have plenty of time to build, so... I do still also need to get Silk Touch on my, my shovel. Hey, random. How are you doing? Right, we need two of those. We might need more levels as well, actually. We need a glass bottle. Didn't I make some glass bottles? I could have sworn I made some glass bottles. Did I not? I feel like I would have put them in there if I had. I guess it must have been something else. We've got to find lily pad as well. Ask them if there are any plans for Advanced AE. There are not. Yeah, Advanced AE would have been nice. I would have loved to have had Advanced AE in this. What am I... Right, I actually don't know what cloud height is. Does anybody know what cloud height is? Because it says to get for air affinity, we need a cloud in a bottle. Get this by using a glass bottle when at cloud level. Can be right-clicked onto the air. So, like, what is cloud level? I'm assuming it's lower than I am. Oh, it's definitely lower than I am. I made a buttload of steel barrels too. It's not working. God damn it. Yeah, I always disable clouds. I don't like having clouds on. We can turn them back on though. I've also disabled shaders for the time being as well because they are... It makes it a lot darker. All right, no worries, Quiets. Hopefully the shower helps. Anyway, not specifically, but there should be someone to put things in the oven while I clean. Cleaning the whole kitchen takes a good hour. I started 10 minutes before you were supposed to leave. Ouch. Yeah, they need... I mean, they just lost a member of staff. They should be helping to kind of ease the load on you a little bit. Where's clouds? There we go. Oh, okay, so they are a little bit higher. Yeah, 128 sounded about right, honestly, but... Aha! Wait, so what Y level is it? Oh, 190... 190? 192-ish? Oh, I need lapis as well, don't I? And let me get rid of... valves again. We are going to need more levels for this. Didn't your head swell? Yeah, I figured it was. It sounded about right. There we go. Air affinity. We do need a lily pad now, though. Do we have any way of making a lily pad? Yes, if we have a lily pad. I'll find one. With the this is one of the things I always find like a little bit of a struggle with terrain gen mods and mods that add biomes, because especially ones that change vanilla biomes. I'm never entirely sure which biomes are going to have what. Like, are swamps going to be the only biome that has lily pads in it, or is there going to be something considerably closer? Because the nearest swamp is 1,500 blocks away. Wait, is that another village? Wait, what is that? It's not a village, it's just a birch forest, too. Come on, just give me a lily pad. I just need one. Yes, I am on normal. I would have liked to have done hard mode, but at the same time, I really don't like the idea of using batch files to have to change the pack mode. I don't understand why they didn't just... I'm pretty sure it's something you can code into Cube.js. I would guess it's a considerably grindier. Because I think hostile neural networks is removed in hard mode and above, as well as a bunch of other things. I know in expert mode they've got it so you have to use GregTech's power gen. Like, all RF to EU converters are gone, so you have to use GregTech power gen. Wait, why have we got Nylium here? Windswept forest. Okay. Right, so let's grab a couple just to be on the safe side. So, mud for days. Not that we need mud. I do need grass, however. Speaking of which, have we got any other way of getting grass? Oh wait, there's grass slabs? And cob? Oh, I didn't realize that was in here. That's quite cool. Why, when I search for grass, is this recipe coming up? I guess because you can use 2 grass slabs, I guess, to make a block of grass, but... Eesh. Is there anything that gives a silk touch by default? I think it's only fortune that the pre-enchanted stuff's going to have. Anyway, there we go. We got ourselves a lily pad. There we go. Aqua affinity and air affinity. I think there was something else I was going to make while I was over here, wasn't there? Can't remember what it was. Also, I can't remember what goes on where. I think air affinity goes on not the boots. No, okay. Do they both go on the helmet? I thought one of them went on the boots. Oh no, looks like they both go on the helmet. There we go. Okay, cool. That'll make life a little bit easier. Oh, a wand. That's what I was going to make. I was going to make a wand. And a shitload more glax as well. I have a little bit, but so far, like, sometimes I do, especially for the earlier game stuff, I like to just do it in my head. But it is incredibly useful to have. Yeah, building gadgets are in this. I think, anyway, yeah. They are in this. We don't really need it at the moment, though. It's not going to help us massively here. Certainly no more than a builder's wand. I could really do with an unbreakable wand, honestly. Yeah, it takes a little while. I mean, I would generally recommend... Oh, we can't even enchant it with this either. I would genuinely recommend waiting until you have at least to like all the machines that you're going to need to make things before favoriting recipes, because you're like once you get to a point where you have machines and you no longer have to use, say, like a hammer to produce plates and what have you, you've got to go through and favorite all the recipes again, which is a bit of a pain. But once you've got all of the recipes, all of the machines sorted, which should just be LV basically for most things, it makes it a little easier. Oh, and I haven't made the glax, have I? Dang it! Right, let's also put a bunch more of this through to smelt. Why is tedious highlighted? It's not for me. What, Twitch, what are you doing? Is Twitch having another of its senior moments again? Bloody Twitch. I mean, maybe it was just Twitch's commentary on my my content. Maybe that's what it was. Twitch just really doesn't like Monifactory. All right. Which has been getting more and more senior lately. It really has. Quest, thank you for the hydrate, man. I appreciate it. And make sure, especially if you're in the UK or anywhere that's hot at the minute, make sure that you are hydrating sufficiently. Because it is a little on the warm side at the moment. This is, like, I know, like, summertime and kind of hot weather like this is supposed to be the nice kind of weather that people like. I'm the exact opposite. Like, give me winter any day over summer. I would much rather it be winter than summer. Your phone chat goes out and back in when an ad above the chat pops up. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Have you guys been getting the ads for like the banner ads at the bottom for Twitch Turbo, as well as like about 50,000 other ads for Twitch Turbo? I've been getting so many of those lately. It's driving me up the wall. I know those are like the banner reds ads at the bottom of the screen are something that I can't do anything about either. All right, so how many blocks down do we need to go from there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks down with the glass. I don't know how well this is going to go. A lot better than I thought, actually. We are gonna have to partition this off, though, aren't we? The flashbang ads, yes, those are freaking annoying. Banner bugs out for you. Wait, in what way does it bug out? Right, so that's actually works okay, right? Oh, we couldn't quite get all of it. All right, and then we're just gonna need, oh yeah, that's the other thing we haven't got. Respiration. Respiration would have been good. But that's fine. Right, we are also gonna need to have these. This does still work, right? This will, yeah. Right, that will go around there, and then we need this bit will do manually. Welcome back, Quiet. How was the shower? Oh, shit. I've screwed up. I knew I was going to. The glass needs to be 1 block lower. You pillock. Oh, well, it's fine. We can fix that later. I will probably make an exchanging gadget for that, honestly. Your brain filters out ads. I wish my brain would do that. Can you teach me your ways, Tribble? Does it involve chewing on cables? Oh, I tell you what, having aqua affinity and air affinity is going to be so nice. Your brain filters sleep? Yeah, that I can also very much relate to. Birdie, thank you for the posture check, man. I appreciate it. You know what's going to be really fun? We're still going to have to place a whole bunch of sand in here in order for for us to drain it. That's going to be fun, right? All right, exchanging gadgets. Oh, come on. Fuck right off. Right, the building gadget's fine, but the exchanging gadget? No, Bennett, but the problem with doing something like that is that trying to get it in the right shape would be an absolute nightmare. Because it's not a square shape or anything, like if we use some kind of pump or anything, it would also drain all the water around it as well. Should hire a villager to add the sand. That'd be nice. Offer them gainful employment. I guess we're gonna have to make an exchanging gadget then. Why is the building gadget normal and then the exchanging gadget is just like, nope. We're just gonna screw with you now. And on top of that, we need one of the that's actually really annoying. We need one of the actual GregTech glass panes for it as well. God damn it. Rude. Yeah, Sand of the Wand will be nice and quick. For some reason, I had it in my head, basically vanilla sand placement. I don't know why. Obviously, we don't need to do vanilla sand placement. Yeah, there will be a floor on there. There will be a floor. That is one of the next things we need to do. And why I'm probably going to have to make another diamond wand. Or two. We do have sponges, Birdie, yeah. We have sponges, we just haven't... Oh, well, we have got an easy way of placing down the other things. As well. But what we need at the minute is to be able to get an exchanging gadget. The reason I want the exchanging gadget is because that bottom layer that I've put all the anti-blocks is not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be something else. That's supposed to be glass until one level lower. So I need to be able to make an exchanging gadget. In order to make an exchanging gadget, we need to make a glass pane. In order to make a glass pane, I need a molding plate. Because apparently we can't even put glass in a cutter to do this, which is really annoying. That means all day you got absolutely no work done. That sounds like a good thing. Alright. We still need to make the emitter yet. I want an LV. Will it accept my sodium battery? Or does it just need a battery hull? Accept hopefully it'll accept a battery. One of those batteries that we've got. That'd be nice. And then we just need the emitter, which means... Wait, why an LV? An LV... It's such a weird recipe they've made for this. It's like, it's just a really odd recipe. There's like stuff all over the place. Like you need like an MV circuit, but you need an LV battery, and then you need an LV emitter. But then you also need glass plates, rather than glass panes, and it's all over the place. I mean, none of it's difficult, but it's all over the place. I'm going to need more quartzite as well, aren't I? Ah, I'm stuck. Do I have any quartzite? I don't think I have. I would be wrong. Right, will this work? Yes, it will. Beautiful. We should be able to charge that in there. But we should also be able to charge it in there. Sounds like a U recipe. Like all over the place. Alright, what else do I need? Oh, I was going to make another wand, wasn't I? I'll make a couple more. 24 Celsius. I actually don't know what the temperature is here. 21 degrees according to Windows, but I don't know how accurate that is for, like, where I am. Where's my weather apps? Yeah, about 24 degrees here as well. I don't think that's quite breaking records for us, but it's definitely, if we do that... Is that going to work? Oh, why is it on that setting to begin with? Why start it on the grid setting? Oh. Gonna be nasty in a bit here. High winds and possible storms. So what you've got at the minute is kind of like the calm before the storm then. Go away, dolphin. Nobody likes you. Or more accurately, I don't like you. You're annoying. I've kind of missed storms. We haven't had a decent storm here in ages. About the same for your high. You're gonna get rain about 8 p.m. I think we're supposed to have like warmer temperatures for a little bit longer this week. Right. Now we've got that. We can now do that. And that. That's wrong height, isn't it? Supposed to be that height. I haven't quite decided how I'm going to attach this to the bottom of the ocean yet. What about the storms, Wolfie? We don't normally get decent storms here, though. Like they're few and far between. Get out the way, dolphin. Or were you just thinking the same thing about dolphins, Wolfie? You can't stand dolphins either. Basically, when you hold a block in your offhands, hang on, I'll show you if I can show you it with this. If you hold a block in your offhands, it will place that block instead of the block you're attaching it to. So if I right-clicked now, it would place concrete against there, against the glass, rather than the glass itself. So basically, whatever you hold in your offhand, it will kind of prioritize that. So you can do it like that as well. Very nice feature. Oh, there we go. Now we've got to get the floor in. I'm hoping... Oh, did I make any more bits? Oh, yeah, we've got a little bit. We've got a little bit of bit. I don't know if we've got enough bit. We'll see. This is going to be our floor. This needs to come across. Oh, hold on. Let me grab a piece of concrete. Dolphin, you're getting in the way again. I do kind of wish that the ones would kind of store your kind of preference, like the placement preference. Like for the kind of the player rather than for the wand itself. So if you like break a wand and move to the next one, it no longer has the same kind of restricted placements as the previous one did. The amount of times I've messed up placing things like that is ridiculous. Alright. Hopefully that hasn't placed outside of there. It has not. Beautiful. Hey, Loving Life, how are you doing? Loving Life, you were wrong. I added 10 pad in. You can't do it at MV though. You can't make the 10 pad at MV. I don't know if it's an oversight on their part, but you can't make it at MV. Or you can make it at well, no, you can't. It's annoying. How are you doing though, Loving Life? I hope you're well. Right. It is very deceptive though, because it does look like you can do it at MV. You actually have to be at EV. Do some block bench modeling. Nice. What are you actually modeling? Right. Basically, you need to make the MV field generators, which require magnesium diboride wire. Magnesium diboride. You get... Basically, there is a... You need to get to the hot magnesium diboride ingots, which you can't make until HV. For a start, but then you also cannot, the only way to cool the hot magnesium diboride ingot is in a vacuum freezer, and the vacuum freezers need EV circuits to make. So unless there's a route that I'm missing for it, I think I don't think we can do it in MV, which kind of sucks. I feel like there's got to be a way though. I kind of feel like what they meant to do is like you have to use the MV superconductor, which the magnesium diboride wire is an MV superconductor. But they've just not kind of properly tagged them, maybe. So you can't use the usual MV superconductor in Moni, which is energetic alloy. You have to use this. But it feels odd that you couldn't make magnesium diboride at MV. You can't make the vacuum freezer until MV. I don't know. I feel like that's got to be an oversight. Yeah, it's a little annoying. But it is what it is. Let's get some more bit. You're working on making a model for a horror mod idea. Oh, what? Wait, what happened to the other mod idea that you had a while back? I can't for the life of me remember exactly what the idea had been, but it was something to do. I think you used like little kind of golem things to. Why can I not remember this? It was a really cool idea. Do you? Hopefully, you remember the thing that I'm thinking about. Did that one kind of fall by the wayside a little bit? Oh yeah, also, we have a base now. Or, well, I say we have a base. We have the startings of a base. What we don't have is water breathing of any kind. Actually, I wonder if we could get water breathing potions. It's going to be a little late soon anyway. We've got more than a platform. We've got like a little walkway around here. We're working on things. We're getting there. Golems was to do different tasking, lost inspiration in it. And ADHD brain says, well, I can only work on what gives you most serotonin. That makes sense. I can completely understand. Fuck off, quiet. We have the basis of a base, all right? It's like a flat pack base at this point. It just needs some assembly, that's all. Go back to it once you've come up with an idea that makes it feel fresh. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, no, you're not quiet. Yeah, the base of the base, exactly. Don't lie to me and tell me you're sorry, quiet. We all know it's not true. All right. We are going to need to get a whole shitload of sand. Actually, don't know how much sand we're going to need. We'll go with that for now. We have got a few sponges. And can we still put these down in the nether and to dry them out? We can. Wonderful. Oh, I need to get a hoe as well then, don't I, really? Getting weird pains in my arm today for some reason. Don't get enough sand, don't beach about it afterwards. Right, what's the easiest way to do this? Probably going to be starting on finding the center, which will be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So that should be the center. Let's just place a block there so we know where it is. We want this to go east-west, I think. Right, does anybody remember what the optimal distance between these things is? It's like 5 blocks or something, isn't it? How do you get silicon? Which silicon are we talking about, Skill? Are we talking about the GregTech silicon or the A2 silicon? I think 5 is too much. Are you sure? I mean, we won't be able to do it with a single thing in each section. We'd have to use a couple, but... Oh, right. Hey, I'm very bad at picking up on jokes. Oh, crap. I've gone one too high there. Retreat. We'll try this, and we'll try it with 5 on like one side, and if it's too much, we'll redo it. Although I'm realizing that we're gonna have those beds. It does, but only the last few. We don't need to undo it anyway. I think 5 is fine, honestly. We won't be able to do it with a single piece of a single sponge, but it'll be fine. Not everything has to be done in the most optimal way, especially if doing it in the optimal way involves you having to redo it. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, draining water is always annoying. Thankfully, we shouldn't have too much of it to do. Right. Okay, not what I had in mind, but okay. That just keeps us with the 5 bits there. All right, so if we do east, wait, it's north south we need, isn't it? Find the center point. There's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be the center point. Unfortunately, because we've done these like this already. Maybe a little annoying. Oh, can we do up and down and do it there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I may as well do that one a little shorter. Right. And I think we do need to do a couple of sponges. If there was a way we could place it in midair, that would be great. Actually, I guess we could just do... Oh, never mind. Maybe one will do. Maybe one will work. I'm not going to lie, that's clearing a lot more... Hold on. That's clearing a lot more than I anticipated. That's not the vanilla amount that gets cleared, right? It doesn't clear that much in vanilla, I'm sure of it. Oh, I'm not going to complain. It's actually not that bad at all. Okay, this is going to be a lot easier than I thought. Lucky we learn how to make all the tentacles. Enjoy your tentacles. I'm not going to worry so much about the spacing now then, like specific spacings. We'll just clear it off a little bit. Honestly, it doesn't really matter if there's a sponge on a stick or not. I don't think there is, but no, we just got regular sponges. We don't have angel blocks to Medis. Pretty sure we don't, anyway. Nope. We've got the angel wand core, which should do the same thing, but we don't have actual angel blocks. You gotta bear in mind with things like this though that like specifics don't matter about how you do it. So long as you get the end, like, so long as the end result is the water is gone, like, how it's gone genuinely doesn't matter. Like, if you do it in the, you could do it in the least optimal way, so long as the water's gone. It really doesn't kind of make a blind bit of difference. Oh shit, it put it all around the outside as well. Oh, actually, that's kind of annoying. That means I am going to have to go around and clear all this sand out from the outside as well. Shit, I forgot it was going to do that. Oh, I need vein miner. And a magnet that actually bloody works. This one is terrible. Actually, what might be a better idea... We put the sand in there for now. Because the magnet from sophisticated backpacks is actually better than the Fluxo magnet. Fluxo magnet. It's terrible. Mostly it's just slow at picking things up. I need to actually have a look at the other options. That was just the easiest one to make at the time. can't believe I screwed that up. Actually, I haven't looked at the Greg Tech magnets yet. Didn't actually see them when I was looking. I don't know how much better or worse these are going to be, honestly. Like, I imagine the LV one isn't going to be great. The GT magnet's good, is it? Oh, we'll give it a try then. I was hoping that, like, with the upgradable nature of the Fluxo magnet, that it might actually be quite useful. I was wrong. I love Greg Tech as well, but it just doesn't mean the magnets are good. We can't make the HV one yet anyway, so... At least I don't think we can. What do we actually need for the HV one? I'm assuming we're going to need... Yeah, stainless steel. We haven't actually got stainless steel yet. And we're not going to be making any progress for a while, by the way, chat. We're definitely not going to be making any progress for a while. We are just going to be concentrating on the base. So anything that is past what we currently have, we're not making it. There might be, but not in as controlled a manner as this. Like, there were probably pumps we could use to do this, but then it would probably end up doing it in a square, and we don't want it in a square. So, just doing it this way is the way we're going to do it. I will always take, just because there's a modded variant, I will always take the more controlled option over a quicker one. It's just the way I prefer to do things. Maybe it's one of the best ideas, but you're snuggled in bed. Why would that be a bad idea, Quiet? Unless you, like, really don't want to fall asleep for some reason. For some reason I find it so much more difficult to break and then place the torch with the right timings when I'm using a shovel. Because I either place it too quickly and it's either too quickly and the sand stays on top of it, or too slowly and I just miss it entirely. Yeah, another reason for not worrying about how long this is going to take is that we are trying to hold off of HV for as long as possible, or at least progressing too far into HV for as long as possible. And base building gives us a nice excuse to do something else. You have class in a bit. You're exhausted though. You think you're starting to get actual stress-based physical symptoms. Yeah, those are never fun. If it's helping you to relax though, Quiet, it's probably a good idea to be there. Don't know what's best anymore. SA thing was a breaking point. Are you able to take time off work in any way? Like, can you take a short vacation? Why have I only got 17 wet sponges? Is that all I've used? I could have sworn I'd used more sponges than that. I guess not. Tea devoured. What was for tea, dead man? Just because I'm not hungry enough already. I'm off Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I was also thinking of calling in sick tomorrow. Like, how is your boss in terms of, like, are they, like, fairly decent with you? Like, would they understand if you said, like, if you talk to them about, like, the amount of stress that you're under at the moment? Would they be okay with, like, would they be able to help you work, like, kind of work with you to make a solution for it? Are they the kind of person that's do your job or else kind of thing? And not really give a shit about how you are and how you're feeling? I'm going to go need to make another wand, aren't I? Pretty uncertain. We're bonded over talking about mental health issues. Maybe try having a chat with your boss then. See what they say. Oh, too far. A ground beef mac and cheese mix sitting in the fridge right now. That does sound pretty good. It do seem like they've got considerably more range on these sponges. Removing water is very satisfying to watch. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad I can... I was going to say I'm glad I can satisfy you, but that kind of feels weird, saying it that way. I'm glad it's satisfying to watch. Is that better? Hey, V. How you doing? Oops, a daisy. As you can tell, I'm really not trying to be accurate with this. All right, there we go. You're existing again? I mean, existing is good. It's better than the alternative, at least from my perspective. I mean, was there a point recently where you were not existing? You say existing again. Does that imply that there was a point where you weren't? Ta-da! The water is gone. Except for the rain. There's a shitload of rain still. Airspace is sideways for the second day. Yeah, that's something I can very much relate to at the minute. Do you know what's causing it? Like, is it a specific thing causing it, or is it one of those things where it's just like your brain is just deciding to be a dick? I always find those times to be the worst. It's like when you don't know the reason for it. When you know a reason for why you're feeling that way, it's not so bad because it's still annoying, but it's not as bad because at least you know why. But when it's just for some reason your brain's just thinking, nah, not today. Those times just suck. The irony of all this as well is that we need to get rid of this bit floor at some point in the not too distant future and turn it into a grass floor. We just don't have any grass at the moment, so... we also still need to dig out an area underneath this as well, or clear out an area like 3 blocks or so underneath this, 3 or 4 blocks underneath this for our maintenance floor down here. Just a stuck thing, you need to get your physical scores up so you can get this job. Oh, any at the moment. With being a stay-at-home parent for 8 years, you have a huge gap in resume with no training. They're undertrained and have little fallback on what to do. Yeah, I can very much relate to that. Not so much the stay-at-home parenting thing. But I've not been able to work for like over 10 years now as well. And if I were to try and get back to work, which I don't think I could at the minute anyway, but if I was to try and get back to work, that huge gap is like, it's a major source of anxiety for me. Because it's definitely not going to help me. Is there anything you can do as kind of like a working from home V? Like, is there anything you could start kind of training for that would allow you to work from home? I'm assuming this is something you've already considered. I do love these big bases, but my god, do they take a while to build. Especially when a large portion of them I don't like doing with builders ones or anything like that. You look to remote work, but you're not sure. It's a drag putting in applications to hear nothing back. Yeah, it's very disheartening, isn't it? Like when you get stuff like that, when you spend all that time kind of putting applications together and then just nobody gets back to you. Do I? Which netherrack? West. Oh yeah, I know. I see him. Yeah. Oh yeah. These fuckers will get everywhere. Don't you fucking make noises at me? So I swear, those things will literally just show up everywhere. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I want to see... Yeah, I had a feeling we were going to need more mega torches. They don't quite cover... They won't quite cover the entirety of the base, so we're going to have to get, like, probably 4 more mega torches, 1 under each of the bases. No, I definitely wasn't ignoring them on purpose. They just hadn't really registered. They do in this version. I've never known it in anything else, though. It might just be the version that they have in Monifactory. But I know ones I've used in the past haven't had that. So, I don't know. It kind of depends, I guess. And PA2 did too? You mean P2A? What? You gotta call it by its real name. I am never gonna let that die, by the way. We're gonna need to get some lighting down here, too. But yeah, it is incredibly useful to have that, that kind of bounding box for it. I almost feel like this would have been quicker just to mine out the sand rather than placing the torches. Like, all we're really doing at the moment with this is saving a tiny bit of durability. I don't even think it saved us any time. Did the same when you watched Sonic 3. The title said Sonic 3 the Hedgehog. It's Sonic the Third. He is the third of his third generation of Sonics. Since nobody else playing Money, you're here. How are we? I'm pretty good. Bored of clearing sand out. Other than that, I'm pretty good. But yeah, there does seem to be a distinct lack of people playing Monifactory. I do imagine at least some of that is down to the fact that some people will be waiting for the update. But I imagine that is probably a minority. Oh, we missed a bit. There we go. Yeah, I imagine that will be a minority. All right. What time are you got to go to class, Quiet? How long do we have the pleasure of your company for? About an hour? Ah, so not much longer then. At least you're enjoying class, though. And it's going well, so at least surely that's something to look forward to. Wait, didn't I just clear that bit? I guess... Oh. I'm leaking again. Happens when you get older. Is that your MWF class? Wait. MWF. I'm assuming... Modern writing? Something? Create Ad Astra? Oh, wait, hang on. If you're looking for... I think what I was thinking of the had Ad Astra was not this. It was the Create pack that we're playing on Fridays. So you could always check out a pack called Cabin Celestial. It's actually made by the same devs as Moni. That has Ad Astra in it as well. Yeah, it's basically... If you ever played Create Above and Beyond, it's... basically a remake of that with modern versions of Create. So basically it stands for Create Above and Beyond in newer, I think. It's got all the Create 0.6 stuff in it. We just started playing that on a Friday. Okay, right. Now, we're not, unfortunately, not done with clearing shit yet, because we still have to do the 3 blocks underneath this. Or actually 4 blocks, I guess, technically. For the maintenance floor. So, yay, that'll be fun. Hold on, let me scroll back. Oh, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I didn't realize it was days of the week. I thought it was like an acronym for the class itself. Is it server or single player? How do you mean? What, the world I'm in at the minute, or the cabin world that I'm playing in? The cabin world is single player. All the worlds I play on tend to be single player. Alright, we're starting to get somewhere with this. Very, very slowly. No, that was on me, quiet. I just jumped to that conclusion. And jumping to conclusions is rarely a good idea. The only thing is, it will be a while before you get to Ad Astra in cabin, I think. Okay. Let me find and mark the corner points here. Of the chunk boundaries. Alright. Now the fun bits. I use the term fun very loosely here. We've got to come down 3 more blocks from here. Or down to this point. And then make another floor, and then clear everything out underneath there. Oh, this is going to be fun. I probably shouldn't have put I probably should have just gone straight down to that point from the start. But I wanted to get this cleared out and see what it looked like before I did too much more work. Right, are we going to have enough concrete for this? Probably. This can just be solid. All the way down. Oh, wait, hang on. We need to take those out of there, don't we? Oh, except we can't do that, can we? Because we only need it on the inside. We don't need the whole of the outside bit. Okay. We're going to have to do one layer manually, and then the rest... Right, let's get rid of all those. Turn that on. Oh. I really need a conduit, don't I? They are a little bit of a pain to make at the minute, though. Mostly because we haven't got any Nautilus shells. Wait, why is that? Hmm. You know what would also have been useful? Water breathing. Or respiration, right? Water breathing or respiration? Oh, wait, what do we need for water breathing potions? Wait, what do we need for respiration? Oh, shit, you know... Hold up. I am going to need to go and find another chicken. Because I need a feather. Chicken. Thank you. Was it 3 glass bottles, right? We need lapis. I'm probably not going to have the levels to apply this, though. It's going to be the only problem. Nope. Oh, God, I forgot I had that turned on. How many did I need? Like 25 levels, I think? Water breathing in water. Yes, well, we need water breathing to breathe in water. Or respiration, more accurately. I think it was 25 levels we needed for the book. Yeah. I dread to think how many levels we're going to need to put this on here, if we even can. Oh, that's actually not as bad as I thought. Only 14 levels. An update on Jin's vet appointments. It's going to be either tomorrow or Thursday. That's good. At least it's soon. At least you don't have a lot of, like, a ton of waiting around. Yeah, that'll keep some... That'll make things a little easier. Oh. Out the way, squid. I'm getting pushed around by squid. It's embarrassing. And then we need to go one further down. I do need to remember that we don't have actual water breathing, and I am still going to drown. If I don't resurface. I have to pay more, but you hope they can help. Hopefully. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Fish! Get out the frickin' way. Right, we're now 1 block down on there, right? So, or 2 blocks from the ceiling, 3 blocks, and then 1 more block. Okay, right, now we've got to put a floor on there again. Which I imagine we do not have anywhere close to enough bits. Although maybe we have got quite a bit. We have got quite a bit of bit. Let's see. Isolated tornadoes possible. Is that where you are, Quiet? If so, make sure you stay safe. And not in the middle of a tornado, preferably. Right. What are the chances that we're actually going to have enough bit? Well, actually, I've already answered that question, because no, we did not. Of course we didn't. All right, we need 16 more stacks of X-Tones tiles. The sooner we can get hostile neural networks up and running properly, the sooner we can fully automate things like bit. They're isolated doesn't mean they're isolated doesn't mean they have to stay 6 feet apart from each other. Hey, when did anyone ever pay attention to that rule? They should have done, but many people didn't. All right, where are we? Okay. Right, now, the fun part. We've now got to go through and clear all that out. Actually, that's a good point, Gil. You might well be right. I have never been in a tornado. We don't tend to get them in the UK all that often. Thankfully. Actually, we only need 1 stack of that, don't we? Right, we need to limit this to east-west. I wonder if I could just kind of swim/run along these rows and just place down sponges as quickly as I can. And see if that'll work. That appears to work. There we go. We've got absolutely no lighting in here. That's one thing that this pack is kind of missing. And would anybody have any objections to me adding Simply Light to the pack? Does anyone have any objections to me doing that? So obviously it's not going to change anything in terms of progression. But it will actually give us some options lighting-wise. We've got your scaled in for tomorrow, thankfully. That's good. How very dare I? I mean, was that in response to me adding in Simply Light? I mean, that seems like a perfectly reasonable response. Absolutely not kind of unhinged at all. One, two, three, four, five. Actually really hasn't been as bad as I thought, clearing out all of this this water. Oh, I left a hole. A little on the dark side down here. You've been unhinged for a good while now. Yeah, you and me both. It's far more fun that way. No, we haven't got shaders on at the moment. It was getting too dark to really see properly, so I turned them off. Sorry, Squid. You're gonna hate me. Oh, we could have found the light source. We can still do... Oh, no, we can't do that, can we? At the minute, because we haven't got shaders on. We could have found the light source, but actually, it does actually help quite a bit, even with the distance. So, yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. But the problem with shaders at the minute is that just everywhere here, because we haven't got any decent lighting yet, like, everywhere is dark. There we go. All right. I'm not going to bother using the torches down here for clearing this stuff. We're just going to mine it out with a shovel. Yeah, but there's literally no point in adding dynamic lighting mod just for this. Like, what would be the point in it? Close down the game purely to add that just for this point. It's not worth it. Really is kind of a waste of durability, but I will never use feral lanterns. They always end up putting light sources in places you don't want them, and then they end up screwing things up because you can't necessarily see them. I like to have control over, like, as much control as I can over all the things I do. And that will end up putting light sources in places I don't want them. So I prefer to do it manually. It's just it's a me thing. I'm a little bit of a control freak. See, they used to have lapis lanterns, Celestial. They did used to have lapis lanterns, which basically did that. They would visually emit lights, but they wouldn't actually emit lights, so you could use them in mob farms to light them up so you could see in them, but they wouldn't stop mob spawns. I'm surprised no one's added anything like that back again, honestly. I will put some, actually put some torches down here in a little while. I guess we could use the anti-blocks as well. I don't even know if there are any mods that do anything like that anymore, Celestial. I really should make a hoe, shouldn't I, for this? Start your mod dev career. That would be a nice mod to have. We actually haven't got that many bright white anti-blocks left. We've got a bunch of the green ones, but... Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that'll be the center block. That sounds like it should exist. It definitely should exist, I agree. Oh, wait, I screwed up there. Those ones should be one block further over. I think I do need to play around with the shader settings, though. The things look a little better, like when not in direct sunlight. Did I lose that block? No, I don't think so. Because like this looks horrible. Like with shaders on, like you can't see anything down here. Do I need to mess with the settings a little bit? I'm also realizing that I am probably going to need a huge amount of white dye coming up. For the anti-blocks. I won't bother putting them in the corners. And I think I am going to take shaders off again for now. Just until we can sort something out about the lightning. Lighting, not lightning. Mr. Block, it's wrong. Well, we'll just leave it there just to annoy you, Quest. And anybody else who likes things to be exactly right. Namely me. Although usually I can deal with it when it's me, when I've purposefully done it. I had a feeling you might be, Quest. That's why I didn't go back and check it. Because that would annoy the crap out of me as well. Although, to be fair, there is probably at least one block that I've placed, like, that I've misplaced in here. There we go. We have a maintenance floor. With a lot of holes in it. Well, I guess technically that's the maintenance ceiling. We won't bother doing the lighting down here, because we're actually going to be switching all of this bit out. Or maybe not all of it, but a fair amount of this bit out for grass. To a medieval build recently, there was one block off. And the dude kept it and worked around it. That's kind of what I'd do. Like, once you get to a certain point in a build, it's easier just to build around it and kind of build that imperfection into it rather than to kind of redo the whole thing. Although it's a lot easier in something like a medieval build because there would have been like a lot of imperfections in builds. In kind of buildings back then, like things wouldn't necessarily be perfect, whereas a more modern kind of like futuristic looking build is always going to be a lot cleaner and a lot neater. Oh man, we've used so much stuff. All right, well there we go. We have the start of things now. We need to find a way of getting grass. Need to brush up on your modded block palettes. You and me both, Celestial. I'm really bad at coming up with block palettes. It takes me so long to figure out what I want to use. This does not need to be here anymore. I'll leave the mega torch where it is for now. Well, vanilla, there is considerably less blocks to work with. And that's one of the things, one of the reasons I like building in vanilla more than I like building in modded. Because vanilla, you kind of have I've said this before, but you kind of have a box to think outside of. Because you don't have many options for blocks, you have to be creative in the way, like, essentially, you haven't got many blocks there, so you essentially have got this box that you're in, that you have to work with inside it, and then you kind of have to try and be creative to find ways around and to get to where you want to be. Oh yeah, there is a lot more blocks in vanilla than there used to be, but you cannot even remotely compare it to the amount of blocks in modded, can you? Like for obvious reasons. Yeah, Tough and Deep Slate, I think, were really, really nice additions. And Blackstone, for that matter, as well. They were all, like, really good additions. Okay, right. How am I going to get... I'm going to have to go and get grass, aren't I? Or... This is going to mean probably placing a lot of torches to get light here. But if we just bring dirt down here and a few pieces of grass, we could arguably speed up the tick rate to get the grass to spread. Little cheaty, but it's not going to affect anything else. It's not like we've got any crops growing that are going to be affected by random tick speeds. So it's not going to change anything except how quickly the grass spreads. But the next thing is, how are we going to, where are we going to put things here? I think to start with, I think I am just going to cover the entire thing with dirt. We're going to replace all of this with dirt. which I don't think we're going to have enough, honestly. I think we might be a little short on dirt. We are definitely going to be a little short on dirt. Not all of it is going to stay as dirt, though. So, won't necessarily matter as much. Oh, shit. Well, as per usual, I completely forgot a step there. Oh, damn it. Oh, well, that's fine. Yeah, it's that new transparent dirt. Have you not seen it before? It's all the rage these days. And grass me up for tweaking the tick rates. I'm actually going to have to go and mine out some more dirt, aren't I? Yeah, we've only got, like, 8 stacks left. I don't think that's going to be enough. Whoops. Actually, we're not going to be far off, though. Hey, we had enough. Nice. And even a little bit left over. 92 left over. That's not bad. All right, let's go and get some dirt. Some grass, rather. Since we're only going to be needing a couple of bits of grass, well, I'll just use the pickaxe to get it. Rather than trying to get it on a shovel. We'll sort that out in a minute. We'll come across these things eventually, but thank you for pointing it out. Right, that'll do. Ah, actually, why is that there? Hmm. There we go. I am probably going to have to spam a bunch of torches on here as well. Why would I want glow balls? wouldn't really have any use for glow balls.
Oh, I see. Running away, you yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, quiet. Hopefully class goes well. We may or may not still be live when you get back. We'll see. They're not whatever we put down there is not staying. It's literally just so we can get the grass to spread. We just need a high enough light level for that. And then we'll remove them later. It's not going to be the actual lighting that we have down here. It's literally just a functional thing. With the actual lighting, it is actually going to be visible. Oh, God, we're going to... Hang on. I'm going to have to make a dread lamp as well. I don't want the freaking... we're going to... if we don't make a dread lamp, we're just going to end up with bats everywhere. Okay, we'll do that in a minute. Let's do... Ta-da! There we go, right. We have still missed a few bits here, but that's fine. Right, let's turn that back up again. There we go. We have, sort of, the beginnings of a garden. All right. So, for right now, though, I'm going to go and take another break. If you guys have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. These will only ever be run during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will see you guys in just a moment. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. All right, now where were we? Still trying to figure out the overall structure. And there's more of these guys. Jesus. Oh, wait, are these the same ones? I don't even know if these are the same ones or not. Anyway, right. So, yeah, the idea is this is going to be kind of like a garden down here. We want to be able to look down from here into the garden bit. It's going to be covered by water up here, though. And then I think the sides, these sides here are going to kind of curve towards the inner, kind of the inside. And the edges are probably going to kind of angle down towards the outer walls. And then all of this will actually be enclosed, I think. And I think the idea is we'll have a tunnel coming across here over to from each direction over to these platforms. And then I think I want another grassy area, but like around the outside of this. So this will drop down a little way. And then there'll be a grassy area around here. And then that will go down towards the water and then down into the water. My boobs, what made you miss almost all of it? Oh, we're still here for another couple of hours yet. You've only missed like 2/3. Some of the worker forgot to put one of the hoses on in lock mode so the computer wouldn't start filling your tank. Oh man, that sucks. I guess at least you got it figured out, but that does kind of suck. Right, okay. So you've missed a fair bit actually in terms of building wise. We're starting to get somewhere with this, I think. Right, okay. Let's figure out like one side about how we're gonna do this. Oh, it's so nice having air affinity. More progress than you made in 1 month regarding building. I had a bit of an idea for this when we started, so it's obviously made things considerably easier. It's a lot easier to build when you have a plan in mind. So the next thing we're going to run into... No, you're all good, mate. No need to apologize. Do what's best for you. That is the way you should always do things. Got a bit of an idea for how I want to do this. I don't know how it's going to work out. Right, let's just make... a little bit of a pathway around here. I feel like we need this to be on a different level to this. I feel like this needs to be higher. Like, I don't like that it's just flat across there, so I'd like to have maybe a couple of blocks up. Maybe we have it at basically the same height there, so it's like a couple of blocks up. It starts there instead. This adds a little bit more height variation into things. I don't know whether we're going to do it with stairs, though, or with... Actually, no, hold on. Here's a better idea. I do like the idea of it being at a different height, but I think what we do is we bring that out to there. And then we have... I need to sleep again. Maybe one more block there. Building really is a messy business, isn't it? Trying to keep your inventory organized somehow. Never quite works out. But yeah, we come out like the same level here, and then we come off to the sides a couple of blocks up here. And this is going to be... And then at this height is where we have the floors for this. I mean, I could always turn off the day-night cycle, I guess, but I don't like doing that, really. I don't mind so much if I've got it in peaceful mode. If I'm playing in peaceful for whatever reason. But I prefer not to do it in this. But that is definitely an option. I did consider later on whether we do switch to peaceful. But I don't know yet. Yeah, this is kind of the idea I've got at the minute for this. Oh, we're going to try and make the GT magnet, weren't we? See what it was like. Also, I have no idea what we're going to be doing in the bottom of this, like underneath these platforms. I guess it's not really going to matter too much because we can always build underneath these if we need to. Let's go and see if we can make that GT magnet. And put some stuff into charge as well. Oh, the drill doesn't need charging. The drill's fine. What else do we not need here? Pretty sure we don't need wheat seeds. Not going to need the exchanging gadget for now. We're not going to need the hang glider. We hopefully won't need that. Probably won't need the builder's ones for a while. We can get rid of those. We have got a lot of excess sand now. Right, okay. Magnet. GT magnet. See what the LV one's like. It doesn't look like it needs charging. Weirdly. Oh, wait, there we go. No, maybe it does. It doesn't have a battery in it, though, which is a little weird. That's what I'm kind of confused about. There's also the electromagnet from Ender.io as well, but I don't know what that's like either. The iron plate. I think we got the iron plate already. We just need the iron rods. Go. I'm going to assume that this does need to be charged. Oh, wait, it's already charged. I think. Nope. Oh, no, but it does seem to have a durability. Put that away. Hopefully we can turn that off and on again with a keybind. It's really not that great either. It's no better than the Fluxo magnet. The LV one isn't, at least. I wanted something that would basically pick things up almost instantly. Does not look like we're going to get that, though. Right, do we have more framed blocks? We do. Rebel, thank you for the hydrates. Appreciate it. Right, and then we... This is the one thing I really dislike with this, the auto refill upgrade. It will swap out like your tool or your pickaxe or something, and swap it out for the whatever it is you're trying to swap it with. It's just kind of annoying. Oh, I'm falling. I'm gonna do this. Bring that to there, maybe? See, the magnet didn't even pick anything up then. No, it's not an inventory tweaks thing. It's the, it is the swapper thing. That's why I keep swapping it out for that. If I turned that off, it wouldn't do it. It's because it's picking a block for me from within the backpack. If I got rid of all the blocks there and tried to pick that, it wouldn't do anything. But with that turned on, it replaces that. And there's not a... I just... Like, the functionality itself is fine. It's just I wish there was a way to configure it to not do that. Again, it's just replaced it and put it... Because I like to pick blocks while I've got my pickaxe up. Like if I was just better at not doing that, it'd be fine. Unfortunately, however, I'm not. So but anyway, there we go. Right, we need... How am I going to do this? I think we actually need these to be further out. I think we do need these to be like 5 blocks wide here. But then that doesn't work with that. Because I need this to be 5 blocks wide so we can make this work. Because it needs to be 5 blocks wide out on this side. How are you doing anyway, Bobo? Oh, for fuck's sake. I've got to turn that off. We need that to be out like that, but then we got to make this bit work as well. I guess what we can do... Yeah, this magnet is awful. It's absolutely atrocious. None of the magnets that we have access to are any good, though, it seems. Fluxo magnet just seems to work a little better than the GT magnet. There is a magnet upgrade for the backpack, but the problem is it then pulls everything into the backpack. And I don't want everything going into the backpack. Wakarana, how are you doing? Welcome Raiders. How was the stream? What were you up to today? You can make it attract matching content, but the problem is I want it to attract the blocks to me, but I want them in my inventory and not in the backpack. That's the problem. So you can make it attract matching content, but anything that it attracts, it also acts as a pickup upgrade as well, so it puts it straight into the backpack. And I don't want it going into the backpack. That's the problem. The thing is, though, the restock upgrade is also a fucking nightmare. The restock upgrade also makes things absolutely horrible. That's another part of the problem. You had your second stream ever? Oh, nice. GG. Played some Greg Second Star Technology, first Greg stream. Managed to build an electric ore factory and upgraded our LV power. Nice. I did try a little bit of Star Factory a while ago. It's quite enjoyable, actually. I did consider it rather than playing Monifactory, actually, but eventually decided on this. I don't know. I don't think I like that. I like the idea of this being more like a diamond, like more like a kind of angled shape. So it's kind of like angled across there, then straight, then angled. But it's not quite working for me. Hmm. And we did actually want these as 5 blocks wide anyway, so this is actually fine to move this. Not a big fan of Create, though, so you had to dig through some early game contraptions, but now they have a little power. Create's actually really good, and I remember it's got Create New Age, hasn't it? The power gen from that, I remember actually being quite good in the pack. But for those who are just joining us, we're just trying to figure out our base build at the moment and how it's going to work out. Are we trying to get the basic structure sorted out? And I'm really struggling with what I want to do here. I think I have an idea, but I'm not sure. Because I want this to be... I don't want this any wider than it is now. But it's going to look weird if we have this as 3 block wide entrance and that as a 5 block wide. Although maybe no. Maybe it's not going to look as weird as I think. Maybe it's not going to look as weird as I think, going from like a 3 block wide archway here, or kind of doorway here to a 5 block wide one. Actually, I don't think it's going to be that bad. I don't think it's as bad as I thought. With your building, Paddy, really futuristic thing for a big Greg factory? That's kind of what I was going for. It's working out all right. It's just the getting the actual build itself figured out is proving to be annoying. But then again, this stage, like getting this stage right, is always a bit of a nightmare. The thing is, it really doesn't matter here, though. Like, there's a reason I don't want this to be extended any further out. If we extend this any further out, we lose this block here. And I need that block for something later. So I need that block there. And I can't really make this any wider, otherwise we lose the shape of this. So we kind of have to deal with this as it is. So it's not too bad, though. It could be a lot worse. But I think overall, this shape I quite like. And then this is going to drop down a little way from here down into probably just a few blocks to like there-ish. So that kind of height. We're going to have... Basically, there's going to be another kind of gardeny area around the outside of here. And then that's going to... I think actually that needs to be maybe a couple more blocks down. Down to like there. But these walkways are going to be kind of open. And then these are going to be kind of walled in again on these sides. Yeah, money's 120. I mean, it would be an interesting way to go. Welcome back, Banana. But yeah, I think I like that general idea. I do need a few things, though. Namely, I want not those. Those. And those. And I'm hoping that there is a corner variant of these. I'm kind of assuming there is going to be. Then I want this to slope down, not at a full 45-degree angle, a little low, less than 45 degrees. And slope down, like, going out a couple of blocks like that, and then... And then going down. Just got to see if we can get a corner section that fits that. That's dirt. That's not going to help. Hey, feel free to copy it. It's definitely not a block palette that I've kind of come up with myself. I'm pretty sure at least one other person has done this in the past. I miss the 120 version of this. Sorry, the 121 version of this that has a search bar. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure these are the blocks that I'm after. Or not. Maybe... Oh no, they probably will be. They probably will be. Maybe. Is it? Oh, I've got no fucking clue. Hold on. Oh no, it's not quite, is it? This one is. The other one's not. Oh, for I just moved ever so slightly as I was placing that. Okay, so that's right, but we just need... I don't know if there's going to be a slope that's going to fit that. Also... Why is that allowing us 2 textures on there? Oh, because it has 2 textures on it. God damn it. That's like I found a corner case as opposed to an edge case. Oh, is that what... That might be what we're after. For the top part. Yeah, I lost it. Aha, yes. Right, now we just got to find the other bit. Because I wasn't quite right, the one that I had to begin with. That was the two-tone kind of one. You can have 2 textures, and we don't need 2 textures. Framed, extended, inner corner slope panel. I feel like that's the one we need, but that might have been the one we used before. Yeah, framed stacked. Oh no, framed stacked. As opposed to framed... Yeah, that's the one we want. Plain banana nan. Aha. So that will work. We can get that slight slope down there. Perfect. All right. Right, now to figure out these bits here and how we're going to do this. Because we want glass at the bottom of this. We want glass at the bottom of this, and we need to slope this. We need to angle this down from here, down there, and then out to there. And then I've got to figure out what the hell I'm going to do with the corners. Because I have no clue at this point what we're doing with the corners. The corner bits, like these angled bits here, I've got no clue what we're doing with these. going to be an interesting thing to figure out. I've just got to hope that like the amount of framed blocks we're going to be using isn't going to cause too many major issues. We're going to be using a lot less framed blocks in the outer areas where most of the machinery and stuff's going, but might still cause issues. We'll see. I'll figure out how we're going to do this central thing as well. Vanishing slow, needs to cook dinner. Enjoy your stream. Alright, no worries, Macarona. Thank you again for the raid. It is very much appreciated. Anyway, we know that this level is going to be where the glass is going to go, so let's find some of that. Let's just try one corner out for now. Because we're going to be, this is going to be filled with water. Like, this top two layers here are probably going to be filled with water. Sorry, the bottom two layers, rather, not the top two. Oh, wait, hold on. We need to put shaders back on again, don't we? Basically, yeah. If it starts getting laggy, it's going to be a problem. Okay, maybe shaders wasn't the best idea here because I can't actually see the green glass. Let's turn those off again. But yeah, I don't really want it to get too laggy because I don't like playing slideshows, which tends to happen at the end of packs. Right, so what we need to do now... actually remove all of these. I think I might get rid of these angled bits here. Or just leave them for the top section. And what we need is more of these. And we do not have anywhere near enough of them right now. I'm still not entirely sold on this being glass and being able to see down to the bottom of there. At least not throughout the entirety of it. I might just do it partially made of glass. And then we'll see from there. But there is going to be a whole lot of framed blocks here. Framed panels as well. But I like the idea of having that little band of the anti-blocks behind there. I also like it here, however, I really need to get the shrinking device sorted out. This is kind of the reason I don't want to do the angle blocks across there. I guess we could do them across the next one down as well, potentially. Because we couldn't have that effect there. I like these little kind of like cutaways with the neon in them. But I don't know whether to use them as the white or whether to use them with the green. I feel like the green is a little more fitting for me. But at the same time, I think I do like the way the white looks. Maybe we'll try one side with white, one side with green. See how it looks. Yeah, let's do that. But this is the general idea. And then these are obviously, these will be the filled... Either this will remain glass and we'll fill up to here with water, or we'll put little garden areas in here. As well as like the garden down the bottom. But I do like the idea of being able to have a look down there and see like the various things down there, which we should still be able to do with the water there. Oh, we also need to add these into the outside of here as well. And I am absolutely 100% going to have to get more white dye. Shame these weren't, like, we didn't have this one block higher, so we could have used the anti-blocks from there. There we go. I kind of like that kind of look. I think it works well. All right, let's see. Let's fill in this first. We've got to make sure this looks good with both with shaders and without, because I imagine towards the end of the pack, depending on just how much stuff we have going on, we may not be able to run shaders. I need more framed slabs. Probably going to need a lot more framed slabs than that. But there's not actually concrete slabs, is there? No. I was going to say, concrete slabs, if there was just concrete slabs, that would have made this a whole lot easier. We wouldn't have to use framed blocks. Right, let's see what these ones look like with the green anti-blocks. I don't know. Probably the same reason they haven't added vertical slabs instead. Well, vertical slabs. Because they hate fun. They hate creativity. Exactly. That's really the only reason for it. What do we reckon? The whites... or the green? I feel like the green's going to look better at night. You prefer the green? Yeah, I think I kind of prefer the green as well. It adds a little bit more color to it as well. And since we're going to be having a lot of... Although, that being said, there's going to be a lot of greenery around anyway, so the green may just blend in too much. I think we'll leave them... We'll leave one of each for now, and then we'll have a look again tomorrow. We'll come back to this tomorrow, because we're obviously not going to get this all done today. But we'll have a look again tomorrow, and we'll figure out from there where we want to go with it. But right now, let's start filling in a little bit more of the walls around the outside here. I'll come back, birdie. Oh, God, am I going to be able to do the corners of this? Like the inner corners here? We should be able to. We should have the right frame blocks for that, right? I imagine. I guess this will, from here... Okay, hold on. I'll get rid of those. Oh, I think I used up the ones that I needed. Dang it. But yeah, this is my very awkward stage of building where it's... Like, I know roughly what I'm trying to get, but... There's a lot of messing around to get to the point where it's going to work. Alright, so... Oh, and also let's sleep. But I think I do want to spend, like, a good amount of time now trying to figure this base out. Trying to figure out how we're going to work it. Because in the past, whenever I've done bases in the past, I've always ended up, like, not finishing them just because I get to a point where, like, I just get bored of doing it. So I carry on with progression, and then I kind of get sidetracked and never go back to the building. I kind of want to make sure we get the overall structure finished and kind of in a decent space before we progress this time. Agreed, Muxels. It really does. It does make getting anything finished a bit of a challenge. Certainly. Right. Yeah, well, let's just make sure we've got all the bits that we're gonna need for this. I don't know, like, how far out this is gonna come on here, though. Like, this outer section is gonna come around here. Like, I don't know how that's gonna work out yet. We will figure that out. But we need to make sure that we can slope this down in the corners a little bit. I don't know how that's gonna work, though. I'm really not sure how that's gonna work. Right, what do we need? I think we basically need a bunch of those. And then is it those ones? Yeah, because the thing is, like, we can't do the like the angle, like the corner angle here, can we? Like, I don't think we've got a way of getting the slope along the corner. So we might just have to kind of improvise a little bit. Shit, where's the... What was it? We might just have to improvise a little bit with this. Which might not look terrible, honestly. This might work out. Cabin doesn't have framed locks. That kind of sucks. I mean, I'm sure there's nothing to stop you adding them in yourself. Like, it's not like they're gonna break progression, I wouldn't have thought. Where do I need to aim? Where do I need to aim? Like there? Ah, shit. Something like that. And then the only thing is we couldn't have an angle along the side here, which honestly I'm fine with. Something like that along the side is going to be quite nice, I think. And then we can even do something in there to add a little bit of light shining through, potentially. Almost looking like an inversion of my OB2 base. Little bit. See, now that's making me want to change it. Banana. I don't like doing the same bases twice. Side pipe organ vibes. There is a little bit, and I like it. I think it works. We just go all out pipe organ on this. Let's get rid of those ones for a minute, and we'll go with... Where's it gone? There it is. Don't worry, I wouldn't change it at this point anyway. Wait, I wouldn't change it at this point anyway. Honestly. I think I might change up a few things here, though. Like, I don't like how... I don't like how uniform this looks. Also, I might need a way to... Oh, actually, I think that's going to work. I think that's going to work. Hold on. Yeah, I don't like how uniform it looks at the minute. I might see if I can find a way of... like, breaking this up a little bit. I actually quite like that. How about if we even did something like that? I like that little bit of extra depth in there. Like, anything that can add extra depth and detail is good. We might even want to actually drop that down as well. Just to extend it down a little further. I think that works. I like that. All right, so we're going to want to change that one then, I guess. So how are you guys feeling about this design overall so far? As a base design. This is where it starts to kind of break down a little bit, potentially. Although, maybe not. No, I think that works still. Oh, god damn it. Fucking hitboxes. That just adds like a little bit more detailing to it. What I would have liked to have had, it would be to have almost like a strip of lights down the center of each of those. I'm pretty sure without using chisel and bits, which we could do, but it wouldn't look as good. There's not really a way to do that. Yeah, I think this will work. I'm going to have to find some way of breaking up this thing down here. Like, any additional detailing we'll put into here later. I think, do I want this on all of these sections or just some of the sides? I think we want it on all of them, don't we? We are still going to need to break this up to make it a little more interesting. Not yet, it's not. I am intending to add it, though. Since it shouldn't do anything to break progression. And we really don't have too many other lighting options. Let's go and sleep quickly. Cabin doesn't have frame blocks, but it has the CB saw and cut blocks into panels, etc. Oh, right. Does it have... I miss Forge Multipart. That had some really nice ways of slicing up blocks and kind of combining them together to make something nicer. We are definitely going to need to sort out some form of lighting down these bits, but we'll worry about that later on. We just want to make sure we got the overall shape right. I think what we'll do for today, though, what little of the stream we have left today and tomorrow, we'll work on getting the shape right. Basically, just from the inner area here, and then the start of these bits here. We'll get that right, and then we'll start figuring out more from there. Figuring out more detailing and stuff like that from there. Right, we've obviously got to do these bits as well. I do wonder whether this would look better. Like, rather than having it go down to a flat wall at any point, I wonder if it would look better. I feel like this is not going to work the way I hope. Or it will work the way I hope, but it's going to make things awkward. But, like, not have the flat surface, like, all the way down, rather than having this go kind of like we've got here, where it comes out to the same point. Have it stay, like, half block in. The real downside to that, I think, is that it just means considerably more framed blocks. So basically have that all the way down. But it is a lot more framed blocks. But it will add considerably more depth to the walls. Although I don't think it's going to matter that much, honestly, in this area, because I kind of want to have, like, trees and some more foliage down here. Oh, okay. That actually might be useful for me on when we get back to cabin on Friday. But yeah, that's the idea. Like, I'd like if we can get at least one corner of this done by tomorrow, we can figure out exactly how we want this to go. Because the thing I'm not sure about right now is like what we're doing around the outside of these kind of like functional areas, as I keep calling them. I don't know what we're doing with that. And also, I don't know how these bits are going to interact, like, between these two sections. Like, and what we're going to do down here. I've kind of got a bit of an idea. I kind of like the idea of, like, if we're bringing these down a little way, we can have a... This will come a little bit further down again, and then we'll have a further section, like a little grassy section, down from the sides of here, kind of skirting all the way around these outer sections. Back from the kitchen, decided against a fancy dinner, and just made me a sandwich. I think that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing today as well. Basically just having a sandwich. Wait, what the... Wait. Did that literally just come up with the raid now? What the fuck? That's some impressive delay there. But welcome in, Raiders. Fancy seeing you here. No, it says you raid it on Twitch itself. I think this is actually a Stream Elements thing rather than a Twitch thing. But on Twitch itself, it says you raided 42 minutes ago. So the Twitch one is right. So you did it absolutely perfectly. It's just something being a little bit weird. No idea what. But there we go. Actually, you know what could look interesting? Ooh, hold up. I want my search bar back. Where's my 120 search bar? I want a corner, there we go, frame corner slope. What I want. How's this going to look? No, I think that's going to look a little weird, isn't it? Yeah, I don't like that. I think that needs to be a full block. So we're going to be putting some level of detailing into here anyway. I really like that, though. I think that looks good. Kind of works with our shaders as well. Although you can't really see it at the minute because of the bloody rain. British weather. Can you... Thank you. The bit that I haven't thought about yet is getting down to that bottom area. Well, to be fair, it's not. I guess it's not a big thing for them for it to be used as a saw. Like they're intending it to be there for making the mechanisms, and that's about it. So it's just like if you want to use it in the other way, you just kind of figure it out yourself. Although to be fair, there's not a lot of hand holding in Above and Beyond or Cabin anyway, so it's not hugely surprising. Hey, Jody. I think you already did daily earlier, Jody, when you came in with Ziddick. I'm assuming that's what happened anyway. Yeah, this works nicely. I'm happy with this so far. Why does that feel like... Oh, I was going to say, why does this feel like it's got a longer section here than it has here? But it's because it has. I have to say, this base is turning out to be even larger than I had anticipated. But I'm liking it so far. This is one thing with frame blocks. I always end up with so many just random different blocks. Thankfully, they can be converted back, so that's not really a big deal, but... Honestly, if I remember rightly, it's not that difficult, Freefall. You should be able to figure it out. I have faith in you. Bit. think we came out like 2 blocks from there. Yeah, 2 blocks. Okay. How do we handle those bits? Okay, those just went up to there. All right, cool. This is also the tricky bit I find is kind of mirroring everything correctly. Oh, wait, no, I need those. I need all of these, or most of them. Except those, we don't need them right now. We do, however, need framed stairs. 2, 3. I do kind of wish there was a way to get this texture to match all the way up so you didn't have the cut lines on it and the connected textures just kind of connected. That would have been nice. I just realized we could just have easily built this in the void. Like, part of the reason I'd said for building in the overworld was so that we actually had terrain to build around. I'm just realizing now that we are completely ignoring that terrain and building in the ocean. Whoops. That's fine. Alright, that'll go across there. We're gonna need a bunch of this back soon. Oh, by soon, I mean right now. Chad did vote on Overworld and then Ocean. That is a fair point, yeah. That is a fair point. So basically, I can blame chat again. Aha. Okay. I do really like this though, although you can't see the inset bit quite as much on those. I think there was a way we had a slightly darker concrete, not like black concrete, but it's like a slightly darker one, so that we could kind of accentuate the inset bits there a little. That would have been nice. Right, and then that'll go across there. And across there. Then I think it would be that. There. Oh, whoops-a-daisy. Oh, is that right? No, not quite. That needs to be a corner one, doesn't it? I swear to God, this magnet is atrocious. Right. Those. So I feel like there's more we can do with this. I'm trying not to overthink it yet at the minute, though. All right, and then clear that one, clear that one. I ran out. Right, we did need one of those. Oh, I got rid of the corner one I needed, didn't I? At the inner corner, that one. I think that's right. And that's the way we got it on this side. Yeah. All right. Ooh. It's kind of nice to be building again. Like I always really enjoy it when I do actually get to build and get around to building. But I don't do it anywhere near enough. There we go. All right. Not perfect. But not awful either. I almost wonder whether we should... And this is going to look not great, but I'm curious. I think it's going to be a little bit too much. I don't know. That's not awful. I'd probably extend that down so there was 3 blocks in the center and then move all this down a little bit. But I think I think it's a little bit too fiddly, honestly. And we want to keep it at least somewhat simple. And not go too overboard with it. Right, okay, so how do we do these bits? Do we... Alright, so the first one in from here, that one's going to need to move, isn't it? I need a bunch more things. I need all of the things. Alright, we need... What do we need? Those. Whole lot of those. A whole lot of those. Yeah, first one. So this starts there, right? And then it'll be... It's so hard to see when it's dark. I realize how redundant that statement is, but it's true. It's really hard to see when it's dark. I was watching it come together. It's honestly, it's nice watching it come together from my perspective as well. All right, where do we... Let's go all the way up to... There's one block in from there, so that's where we went up to on the other side. I wish I could, like, place these upside down on here. If we build across here, and then we just build these up on every other one, if we don't run out, on every other one. Oh, we could have just done that, couldn't we? Just use the same ones for all of them. Oh, actually, no, we couldn't, could we? That wouldn't have worked. Wow. That was well placed. How long is it till Zidicon? How much longer have you guys got to wait? Ta-da! There we go. All right. And then... Bring those down. $37. Not long then. Over a month. Oh my god. You can tell I'm starting to get tired, can't you? My block placement is even worse than normal. Alright. I think this is coming together. I mean, it's definitely coming together, but I think it's looking alright. What do we reckon, chap? And then I'm hoping we have a little bit of space in between these two buildings. We should do. I imagine it's going to be... That'll be the outer wall there, and then there's going to be... that there. Not like that. There's not a lot of space there, though. I'd kind of hope there was a little bit more. Although, actually, that might work out quite nicely. Because we can have... Because this is going to be built up quite a lot vertically. It's going to be quite nice because, like, as you're... Because there'll be a place to walk around the outside of here. And as you're walking around, you'll be able to see like just glimpses of the main tower through here. What I might do though is possibly try and angle this in a little way here. Like underneath here, like angle it in slightly and then almost like make a kind of archway round like that. And on the other side as well. We'll see. That's something for another day though. But right now, I think we might need to call it a day. We've made some decent progress, considering we started the day with literally this central platform and a bunch of netherrack marking stuff out. We've now got an idea for how the base is going to go. We've got the basement area sorted where we're going to get the power. I still don't know how I'm going to do getting up and down between the floors, though, because elevators will only travel 20 blocks, and that is definitely more than 20 blocks between here and here. So what we might need to do is, on the corner somewhere over here, have like a slightly raised platform. That is true. Down is definitely easy. It's the getting back up that's the tricky bit. We've still got to decide whether we want to use the white blocks around these edge bits here or the green. I just realized, how did I manage to do that? I literally left one block as a hole, and somehow I was trying to fly up and like kind of butt my head against the ceiling so we could look at it. Somehow I managed to find the one hole that I left. But yeah, we've got to decide whether we want to use green here or whether we want to use the whites. Like, both look really good, I think. I'll be honest, though, I am leaning more towards the white than the green at the minute. We'll leave it till tomorrow, though. We'll have a look and see how things look in the morning. Or in the afternoon, it'll be. Did he mention it? But that was a... I haven't had a drink since then. Fair enough. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I'm thinking. If we go with the green, there's gonna... I think we still want to use green for, like, accent areas. Like, we're gonna have these kind of cut-off areas here around the areas where we have machines and things like that. As, like, a visual kind of accent to it. I also really like... I've said this before, but I really like things like that change the way you see them as you're moving around. So, for example, as you move around here, like, you see little bits of, like, more or less of the green as you move around, so it looks different depending on the angle you're looking at it. So things with depth like that, like, are really good for that. Work tomorrow for you, so we'll look forward to the changes. Well, there'll hopefully be quite a few of them. I'm really enjoying the building as well, actually. I really hope I don't get bored of this build before we finish it. But yeah, I think we are going to go for the white, because there's going to be a lot of greenery and grass and trees and stuff around. I feel like the green would just clash a little too much with that. So I think we are going to go with the white. It does mean that I'm going to have to probably switch this out for a another one of these. The Lily of the Valley. I'm actually going to take a stack of those out of there now, because that is currently being used to make the grey dye for the concrete that we're using. But we are, if we're going to need the white dye for making the anti-blocks. In fact, you know what? I'm going to do that now before we finish. So I'm going to be closing this down pretty much straight after the... That was the wrong one. Pretty much straight after the stream anyway. So we're not going to get to build up much of it, but we should be able to tomorrow. Welcome back, Loving Life. We are just about to call it a day, though. I'm happy with the progress today, though, I have to say. It's not genuinely not often that I say that I'm happy with the progress. But today I really am. Have I got any? No, I haven't got any components on any of those. We'll have to put components into a component into this tomorrow and try and speed that up a little bit. Have you seen the base progress, Love in Life? We made a little bit. I can't remember when it was that you left, but we made a little bit more progress. We kind of figured out how the walls are going to go around this area, at least for the most part. Kind of happy with it. We just got to get some more grass down there, and then basically repeat this around the rest of the thing. So that's going to be what we're doing tomorrow. You guys are okay with like an entire week of purely building streams, right? While I actually have the motivation to do it. You guys are good with that, right? I hope so. But there we go. It's coming along. And yeah, we are definitely going to go with the white. Do what your ADHD allows, I always think. Exactly. It's not often that I have the motivation to build the way we have been, so I am looking forward to doing it. I do really like this as well, like these little bits here. Again, it's the as you move around, you see different bits of it. It works really nicely. Anyway, guys, thank you everyone for being here. It is massively appreciated. If you could hang around for a few more minutes, though, we'll see if we can find somebody else to raid. See if anybody is live. Preferably put somebody that we have not raided in a while. Actually, not that many people. Have some water before you go. Thank you, V. I have been neglecting to drink today, which is a bad thing given how warm it's been. What are they playing? Madness of the Sky. Wait, somebody mentioned Madness of the Skies to me the other day. Can't remember who that was. I think it was while we were looking for packs to play. But Exaving, we've only raided him once before, I think, while we were playing Ocean Block. Seemed like a good guy, though. He is currently playing Madness of the Skies 2. So let's go over there and say hello. Send him a little bit of love. As far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message that the bot is posting now. The /me #Jachava raid. Copy that message. Once we get over there, paste that into the chat along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. Just show them a little bit of love. As for me, I will be back tomorrow, hopefully around about the same time. My sleep has been slowly drifting out again, though. So we'll have to see how things go. But it should be around about the same time. We'll be continuing the build then. Hopefully getting a decent amount more progress. Oh, I don't. Helps if I actually copy the name before we try and raid. All right, guys. Have an amazing rest of your day. I love all of your faces. And thank you again for all the raids and follows and everything else. They are always appreciated. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. And I'll see you all tomorrow.